as just part of the ongoing corruption in the country's health sector. In his statement, Kalonzo has accused Health Cabinet Secretary Aidan Duale of allowing corruption to continue in the health sector, with empty hospitals being paid millions of shillings through the SHA and those providing health services being forced to suspend them due to failure of being given the required funds.
The 10.6 billion shillings was embezzled to non-existent hospitals and fake patient files, while legitimate hospitals, many of which were founded by missionaries and faith-based groups years before independence, were forced to close due to unpaid genuine claims. This is inexplicable.
Kalonzo has also complained about the continuation of corruption in various sectors in the country through the e-Citizen network, emphasizing the need for the perpetrators to be arrested.
Corruption in the healthcare sector is a slow genocide, plain and simple. As the government in waiting, we will insist on the perpetrators being tried for crimes against humanity. This rot is not just limited to the healthcare sector. The e-Citizen government platform for handling public funds is a haste, literally another fraud. This digital impunity and operational opacity must come to an end.
He has further called on the government to distribute funds to finance studies in public schools in the country and universities on time. The principals of the broad-based government on Tuesday held separate meetings to save Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja from a looming impeachment push by ward representatives. Orange Democratic Movement ward representatives put the plan to impeach Governor Sakaja on hold for 30 days following the intervention of party leader Raila Odinga. At State House, Nairobi, President William Ruto secured more time for the governor by persuading UDA MCAs to work with him. After day-long consultations chaired separately by President William Ruto and ODM leader Raila Odinga, the Nairobi MCAs dropped the impeachment motion against Governor Sakaja. Makadara MP George Aladwa, who chaired the meeting, told reporters that Sakaja acknowledged wrongdoing and apologized to the MCAs.
Akirudia hayo makosa, sasa atabeba mzigo wake mwenyewe, lakini amekubali kurekebika na amekubali kurekebisha na amekubali pia yale ameambiwa, kwa sababu kitu kubwa ni maendeleo, na maendeleo kama ufanyii watu wako, na Nairobi ikiwa capital city inaangaziwa sana. Kwa hivyo lazima tumpatie support ya kufanya hayo maendeleo. Kwa hivyo tunataka kumuona kwa mwezi mmoja ambao tumekubaliana marekebisho gani yatakuwa yamefanywa na tuone nini inaendelea kufanyika katika mji wetu wa Nairobi.
And President Ruto, who met the UDA team at State House Nairobi, gave Sakaja 60 days to solve problems raised by the MCAs. The MCAs had accused Sakaja of failing to deliver on services, mismanaging resources, and sidelining elected leaders in decision-making. Remember to enjoy the EPL marches on our radio stations, that is SpiceFM, Beru Radio, as well as Radio Maisha. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing policy of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the...
They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is not...
Statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruth.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful,
I mean, you'd be a fool to say, "Staki kuongea today." Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Imagine we're here. Imagine. How are you? Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you doing this morning?
Salama sana, nashukuru.
Mr. Dennis Aseto.
Yes.
Salimia Dennis Okari.
Okari ni aje.
I see where this is going. Nimesalamika.
Nice.
Sindio?
Nimesalamika.
Salamika. That's how you say it.
Salimika.
I'm just
playing with me.
Also, you know.
I knew it was because salam.
Salimika.
Oh, salimika.
Yeah.
Sorry. We are here, guys. Don't worry. I know sometimes, okay, but we know we are here. Sindo. And a very good morning to you. It's Wednesday. It's hump day. Getting into the week. Your day was okay yesterday?
Nashukuru sana.
Bas. And you're okay?
I'm good. Can't complain.
So yesterday,
yes,
Aseto told us that we saw somebody on TV, and he had the same facial, as you, growth on the face, like the beard. His beard looked like yours, the goatee, but there was a lot more silver in his beard, and so Dennis Aseto informed us that.
Why the way he's looking at
Let
you.
me hear how this will pan out.
Why are you looking at him like that before I've even said anything? I'm just giving information.
No, I'm looking at a suspect.
Go and sit there first of all. I don't want drama here this morning.
No, I'm just observing body language, facial expressions, eye movements.
No, he said your beard is very nice. He likes the way it grows. Abi, is that not what he said?
That's what I said.
You told him to.
In fact, if he was there.
Where did you say this?
In the studio.
We were in the
on TV
newsroom.
We were in the
newsroom.
Yeah.
Is there a problem if I say it
so?
on TV?
The person was on TV. It was not you.
Oh, the person was on TV.
So
Who's
the
this
likeness, the image, the likeness.
No one looks like me.
Hey, wait, Chukuna. No one be like you.
No one be like you.
Sorry, don't be angry.
No, I'm not angry.
He saw the person. Incomparable.
Yes.
He saw the person, and in his mind, it triggered a Dennis Okari moment. And then he now said, Dennis, Dennis's
beard is well kept. It's well trimmed.
Yes.
The other guy is kidogo is shaggy.
It's actually a compliment because I shave myself.
Oh, you do?
I don't go to a barbershop.
You see, this bro knows you better than
The
you.
last time I went to a barbershop was, I think, early this year. But since then, I don't.
You do it for yourself?
I just do it myself.
Yeah, you can tell. Dennis is.
What other style can you put on this head?
DIY.
Do you shave your hair, or that's just how God said?
No, when I was 15 years ago, when I was on screen here, KTN, I had hair.
And then?
Then for some reason it disappeared. But I think there's something my mother said. You know, back in 2020, I used to model.
Oh.
So.
Sorry, Mr. What?
Yes, I was Mr. Mas.
Oh. Okay.
Unbeaten.
He will never hear the end of this.
So, I'll tell you the story. So, I used to put a blowout. So I used to do blowouts. So blowouts were fashionable back then. Play.
Let me break it down. Alikuwa na karanga nywele.
Yes.
You put the Njeri
I was frying my hair.
You put the Njeri
back then it was so fashionable.
Yo.
So I used to do that a lot because it was part of, the modeling and everything. Then my mother one day said, is this what you want to do for the rest of your life? You know how mothers are, traditional mothers. You need to get a proper job with the proper salary. This thing of dressing like Shaka Zulu and strutting, this is not a career. So my mother told me, and that thing you are putting on your hair, you're going to lose your hair one day. I was like, mama, nothing like that. Then slowly I started losing it. I'm like, mama, I blame you.
Mama Okari.
But anyway, I think it's just one of those things.
One of those things, yeah.
But in hindsight, to be honest, I don't like hair. So,
okay.
Yeah, if I could have just shaved this beard off, but anyway, I just have to keep a certain look.
Dennis likes it. Don't shave the beard.
Silver folk.
Don't shave. For at least Aseto. Please, just allow the world to have.
For this week, I will let it slide. Next week, I will be on your case. I will be listening to every word you're speaking. Hey, wait and see.
Good morning, everybody. Hey, I hope you're doing okay. Getting into it. Today is It's the 3rd of September already. Yeah. And it's Wednesday. Getting into it. Conversations that we will have this morning. Thank you so much for joining us into this morning. KTN, our audience, good morning. And thank you as well. And everybody getting into the room this morning. Our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. EVE has done the thing. And Ruth is handling things back there. Good morning. And so we'll have a number of conversations today. It is Wednesday. So the KTN Spice Baraza looks into the cost of living. And we're going to look into the economy, and we're going to have folks who will be able to tell their story, will give their experience. The lived experience usually is what tells the true story. And as we look at the state of things, and we've been told GDP, inflation is negative on the uprise. Akina Ramanyang tell us those things all the time. But what's the true story on the ground? And that's what we'll be talking about today. We'll have those conversations with a number of people and, of course, with you. And even as we do that, we will have Dr. David Kabata, who's an economist. He will join us from 8 o'clock, and our friends will join us in the Baraza at that time. We're going to kick things off at 7, however. The broad-based government, did you know, is a year old. Happy birthday, BBG. Happy birthday.
You will be stormed. Don't
you normally sing happy birthday when somebody turns 1 year old?
Yeah, you celebrate. For this one, what is there to celebrate?
At 7 o'clock. Okay. Dr. Barak Muluka is the Secretary General of the Democratic National Alliance DNA Party. And Professor Alfred Omenya is a policy and governance expert. They join us at 7. And I guess that's the question that we'll be looking into. Is there something to celebrate? Are there milestones achieved that we can actually mark and say, as a result of the broad-based government, this is the change that has been acknowledged or seen in Kenya? So those are the conversations that we'll be having today. And as we get into it, Dennis Aseto.
Yes.
Did you know that people in Morocco have a proverb for us today?
Yes, I did.
All right.
And this one talks about changes in life and the fact that you need to adapt to these changes. All right. But let's just talk a little bit about Morocco. We've said over 1 million people visit the country due to its historical background and what it hosts. Okari would go there very soon to go enjoy their cuisine. Couscous is among those.
Part of my bucket list.
Yeah, part of the bucket list. And also one of the oldest monarchies, it recognized US as a country, as a state in 1777. That tells you how old Morocco is. But let's go to the proverb today. Times change and those that don't change die.
Yes, so
times change and those that don't change die. Ladies first.
I guess so. You have to adjust, isn't it? Because if you don't keep up, if you don't adjust, how will you live? We lived in, I'm just look at the world and how we lived in eras, or we lived in ages. And I think back in history, I think about the Stone Age, and then the Stone Age passed on where everybody did everything with stones. And then you think about the Iron Age, where now with the Iron Age, you were able to break and you were able to cut. And then there was fire, and people realized that you can actually use this thing for something. And then we kept going and going. And then we got into, the age where there was manufacturing.
True.
And then we've moved to now. Can you imagine? We are in the communication age. That's
Internet
the age
of things.
That's where we're living now. So you can imagine if you decide that you want to cook and you have decided that you're going to use stones, my friend, you'll be there for a minute, or you just won't survive. And if you don't change with the times, if you don't adapt, nobody's saying you change who you are, but you change how you are. That's how you survive. If not, you'll die off, and there'll be no need for you.
Yep.
So
it's a very deep, reflective one. There are a lot of things you can draw from it. For example, the world does not slow down for you to match your pace. We all have 24 hours a day. The rich have 24 hours. The poor have 24 hours. There is nobody who has an extra second in this life. So nothing stops for you. So the whole idea is you move with times and seasons. Seasons don't wait for you. Seasons come and seasons go. So think of a farmer. If it's the season for planting, and you're lazy, in Proverbs it talks about the lazy man. You will die of poverty just because you don't want to use your hands to do something or to work. It's spiritual, it's natural, it's just everyday life. So the whole point is, we say tuna survive too. No, it's also not just about survival. It's also about being relevant with the times that you're living in and moving with the pace and speed of what's going on around. Otherwise, you will just be playing catch up. Yep.
There's something that my dad once told me about life, pretty much. So it's every day you live, there are two things that happen. One, if you're a child, it is you start getting far and far away from your parents because life is moving and it's pushing you towards that direction. But even as you grow and you start finding yourself, there is another thing that happens. You get closer to your grave. So during that time and as these seasons change, how are you adapting to everything that is thrown your way for you to survive? So you have to adapt.
Absolutely. You just kind of have to.
Yep.
Isn't it?
Very deep. Your mother made that for you as well?
Oh, this actually used to be my dad's cardigan.
Hey, wait. The sentimentality around here.
This used to be my dad's cardigan.
That used to be your dad's?
Cardigan. When I was in primary school, he used to wear this to work.
You'd have just said
that thing confuses me. Pullover, sweater, cardigan. Your turn is the same thing. Me sweater. So your dad wore that?
Yeah. When I was in primary school.
You're doing the math?
No, I'm just trying to think the size of his dad. And that's when Aseto was in primary school. Now, you're a grown man, and it fits. Okay. Runs in the family, eh?
Apparently.
Runs in the family.
Okay. Anachomoa tu kwa wardrobe. Kijana yangu shika.
Yeah.
I must be proud of you. You watch us the show?
A lot. Every day.
Mr. Aseto, tumekusalimia.
Sana. Mr. Enoch Aseto.
Unafanya kazi mzuri. Kijana na behave.
Wow.
Tukiwa naye hapa.
Tukiwa naye hapa.
Tukimaliza kipindi hatujui.
Lakini tunaomba Mungu.
Dad tunajua tu.
Let me tell you something. There is a Study Abroad World Fair. It's taking place in September this month.
What?
Study Abroad World Fair.
Okay, yes.
Sawa. It's taking place this month. If you are going to be in Mombasa on the 8th, you need to go to the hotel that is called, I'll tell you in a second. I keep forgetting, but I've now remembered. Because if on the 8th of September you're in Mombasa, you need to go to the City Blue Hotel from 9 to 4. You would have been invited if you register on the website www.cradel.com. That's CRAYDEL.com. And then on the 10th of September, if you're in Eldoret, go to the Boma Inn Hotel, and from 9 to 4, same thing. Nairobi on the 13th of September will be at the Movenpick Hotel, 9 to 4. What's going to happen? Well, you're going to find representatives from different universities and, of course, in different destinations who will give you all the information you need to know. Parents and students can go and get visa and accommodation support. You can actually go in and find out, okay, what's the best fit for me in terms of what I want to do with my career in the future? What can I do to ensure that everything that I need along the way I get? Well, you can, all in one place. There will be a battle of the destinations. People want to tell you, my place is the best. 575 universities will be represented, plus over 50 destinations that you can find on the Cradle platform. They will be represented at this fair on those days. So you want to register, go to the website, register, get an invite, and attend the World Study Abroad Fair. Also, if you need to call and talk to somebody to get more information, do that. 0799 000 444. Sawa. Sasa, wacha tusalimia watu. And then at some point, Dennis is going to tell us about why we need to protect our money.
Yes.
But for now, people are tuned in online, and good morning to you as we get into things proper. Sawa. Very good morning, Don Sabwa. And I know you have a question already. And I'm ready to answer that question for you in just a minute. It's not me who's going to answer, but somebody will. Sawa. So, good morning, Don Sabwa. Hope you're doing well this morning as we get into it. And your question is, the e-procurement system, e-citizen, IFMIS, the judiciary's e-filing system, CHEMIS, the e-driving license, the e-land registration, then e-huduma number. Have you understood? Ndu, ask Okari, what is next? Or is it corruption galore?
This person is always like, Don.
Yes, Don is from
Malawi. What next?
E-something.
E-procurement.
I don't know whether he's married. Very soon we'll have e-dowry. or e-bride price.
But so it's a bride price.
A bride price. A dowry. That's a good or soon we'll then end up getting, because it's all corruption, e-corruption receipts.
Yeah. You can get a receipt.
Put e to everything.
Everything.
Exactly.
Over the weekend, nyama choma.
Yeah.
A drink.
A drink.
So, Don, there's your answer. There, you know, there are many things up and coming. Agutu Ogembo says, good morning, Team Spice. And Robert Bogo is tuning from Mombasa. Pan-African Kenyan says, good morning, Nairobi. Excuse me. Good morning from Mombasa, says Peter Kiarie. Desmond Otis is saying good morning, tuned in and glued tightly. We like that glue. Kalonzo has been in government for long. We are tired with old guards. Nabwera Mboko, good morning. Jennifer Atenyi says good morning. Please encourage us and give us hope. Sawa. Have you understood the assignment? Jennifer needs some hope. You have a hopeful story.
No, I actually thought about it this morning when I was coming. Like, it's always gloomy. So I was thinking, okay, let's just find something that will make us laugh. Have a good laugh. Something that is not going to add to the stress and pressure of what everybody else is. Have you ever noticed when you wake up in the morning is when you start thinking of all life's problems?
When you're asleep, you're okay.
When you sleep, you're okay. The moment you wake up in the morning, stress yote na kujanga. You're thinking of everything that is going wrong around your life, around the country. So maybe there's a good point.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. I do agree. Yeah. It does kind of set the pace, doesn't it?
Yep.
Nick Bala says, good morning. Are you corrupt or connected? Integrity in the country starts and ends with each one of us. Okay. Hilary Ageto is in the land down under and says, good morning from Sydney. Have a blessed day. Good morning, Team Spice. Ndu, please belt out I Want It That Way. Let's hear. He said, there's something I've been taking look how Dennis Aseto is looking at me, for my voice to be like this. If I try to sing now, itapotea kabisa. I have been pampering this voice, but I'll try. I want it that way. See? Pan-African Kenyan says, I had really hoped that Nairobi had seen the last of the team's university alumnus. Ooh. Hello, Princess Ndu. Good morning, Leo. Dennis and Aseto, good morning. After intense lobbying and threats, the MCAs have been granted full access to Dishi County. Okay. They swear they are being positive. Lillian Mongari says, good morning from Kikambala. And Eric Awar says, good morning, guys. Agola says, good morning. Hope Mukopoa tuko salama kabisa. Martino says, next time Ndu should appear on TV news wearing the big traditional headdress. That'll be fun. Luther King Jr. says good morning, getting you loud and clear in Norway. Which city in Norway are you this morning? King Dave says Tuko Salama, good morning to you. Sarah Kilonzo is tuned in. Team Spice. Sao Paulo in Brazil is where Silas Akala is tuned in this morning. George Sakwa, sorry bus, we are very sorry. Dennis, it's your fault. I'm just throwing all the blame at you because I have nothing else to throw it at. So you see, you'll accept for me.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Hello Spices, asanteni sana kwa kujitwika
majukumu
kujitwika jukumu la kuipamba asubuhi yetu kila siku ya wiki. I have no idea what that means, but I know what wiki means. That's siku. Good morning. Patrick Mutunde says the standard headline today. Yeah, we'll look at that in just a minute. Christina's tuned in this morning and says, good morning. Young Jedi is also here. Haha, more Silver Ndu. Good morning from Papua New Guinea. Silver what? I like, Silver for Dennis Okari. Cindy, yes. A very good morning, SpiceFM. A very good way to start the day always. And it's called I Like It. I love the names for handles. Jimmy Gakio is tuned in. Pat Fantris Kivindu says good morning, tuning in from Thika. Meanwhile, a country who wants to be like Singapore has State House using 2.3 million for printing. Printing? Daily. Printing what? Agola says, Dennis Okari has a profile. Hey. Good morning, Team Spice. Says Ian Kizito. Ndu, is Kenya a plantation or a country? That's a good question. Sir Brian Motego says good morning, tuned in from Sotik. Bwangi Juma says good morning. How are you? And you answer?
Fine, thank you.
Very good. Some governors are more protected against impeachment than others, it would appear so. Good morning, Paris Muthoni. Love you too. Good morning, crew. Imagine closing hospitals that have been in operation for more than 50 years due to lack of payments by SHA. I know. Jimmy Gakio says the story on the ground is Mwosho Moja. And he says, why is she singing? Why is who singing? Jimmy Gakio says blood-based government, broad-based. Okay. Or why are we singing happy birthday to the BBG? Oh, okay. Yeah, you were right, Okari. I shouldn't sing. Sorry.
I told you you'll be stoned.
Where?
Kuna emoji ya mawe? Yeah. Is there an emoji for stones?
Where's the cosa?
Somebody will start throwing emojis of stones at you.
I beg.
From what you're reading.
I'm very sorry.
And maybe before you finish, someone will do it.
I beg.
A stone or that other brown
my
thing.
face, Bikonu. Mugabe Joshua says good morning. Duke FX says Baba Fua would everyone a favor if he succumbs. What is Baba Fua?
You don't know.
Shebi, you are the one who just told me just now not to talk because they will throw stone. So the best defense is to feign innocence. Yes. I don't know. I don't know. Good morning, Team Spice. Happy Wednesday, says David Mangera. Mbaga Joshua is tuned in as well. Kaul Nyambura natupenda sana. Bwangi Juma, we see you. Duke, good morning. Peter Ndriga says good. Robert Ndriga rather says good morning. Bud Disciple is tuned in from Riabai. David, we see you. Nyakundi Emmanuel, good morning, Team Spice. You're tired? You've woken up tired, bro, man. Edgar says he overslept, but he's waking up. Good. Tuned in from Wow in South Sudan is Albert Gisore. Kimavi Nkrumah McConnell says, good morning, Ubuntu, one love, indeed. Vaughan, Ontario is where Paul is. George Okoth, we see you. Very good. Princess Ndu, Dennis, and EVE. Kabisa. Don Wole Kishao says good morning. Always tuned into Spice FM. Morioki Kiana says very good morning as always. You guys make painful Kenya palatable. Oh yes, Asante sana. And Daniel Andama says good morning. Sika Road is fine. Is it true that Ndu anchors news kwa TV? I want to witness myself. Okay, well, we'll see. Michael Olanda says good morning, and Evan is also tuned in today. And good morning, everybody. Walter works here in the transport department of the Standard Group. Na amewasalimia sana.
Tumesalimika sana.
And his daughter is saying hi. His daughter's name has a beautiful name. Her name is Franzel. Na anatupenda pia sana.
Trust Walter to call the daughter Franzel.
I'm telling you. Walter, good morning.
It's easy to tell the age of someone by their name. Franzel, that's ni mtoto wa juzi. Otherwise,
Walter.
I asked somebody, how comes nobody calls the children Jane nowadays? Rhoda.
How do you expect Walter
Peter
from Siaya County to call the daughter Jane? You know, Siaya County does not have a roundabout. Walter. It's always a point.
Walter, it's Dennis Aseto who said, not me.
Wow.
It's a conversation we had in Garissa.
But you people will go and meet yourselves outside because now the people want to throw stones at me. I'm not doing. So, somebody stole my newspaper.
Which one's that?
No.
The Standard?
I'll find it in a minute because I want to tell you the headlines, and I had them, and voila, here they are on the front page of. On the front page of the Standard, the bold newspaper today. Stop this mess. Jubaland fighters boast of seizing farms in Mandera and even thank Kenya for the warm welcome. As citizens flee their homes and government maintains an ominous silence, this is no isolated incident. From classrooms in Mandera turned into barracks to fishermen gunned down on Lake Turkana, Kenyans are left to bury their dead and abandon their homes as the officials look away. The president is keen on politics. The CDF is missing in action, while the Defense Cabinet Secretary is only seen on the lawns of State House during cabinet meetings. That's the headline in the Standard this morning. All right, we're going to look into that because it's quite a story. Remember, we did have a conversation about this yesterday in terms of what's happening in the north at the moment. Stop this mess is what it is. Brian Odhiambo has been missing since January this year. It's now 9 months. On the 18th of this month, actually, it'll be 9 months since he's been away. There's an inquest into his death. Now, according to a witness who's been protected from the public, rangers killed missing Nakuru fisherman. And this is a star witness. We're going to look into the details of this story in just a bit. Wangamati, 3 brothers and kin charged with stealing 70 million shillings. The headline as well. Border breached, but State House security officers bury their heads. That's another one of the headlines. And unfortunately, we've seen a number of deaths happening. And another one has come out of the universities where a student was killed over a toilet use dispute. Gets crazier. Okari, your friend, has added again. Auditor queries 109 million shillings director's perks at KPA board. And so she's saying, okay, what's going on there? We'll look into the details of those and more. Over to you, Aseto.
Yeah, so let's go to the Daily Nation and the headline there. Why Ruto Raila saved Sakaja. What are we talking about? Worry about disruptive poll campaigns in the capital city if governor and deputy are ousted. And fear of a showdown with former DP Rigathi Gachagua in by-election and impact on 2027. And concerns of broad-based government critics exploiting Oster plot to derail Unity Pact. And governors have continued with their resistance against executive decrees and the puzzle of ghost schools, learners and lost billions. We also have another issue that Okari would love, and this is about after 45 billion shillings NTSA deal, tycoons eye sugar trade. So we go to page 2 and we have free learning billions lost in ghost schools learners. It's a story that is being brought out by Auditor General Nancy Gathungu. And bittersweet promotion for elderly tutors transferred far from families. And CBC meets AI, how teachers are using ChatGPT in classrooms. Yes, okay, what do you have on the Star?
Well, there's an interesting story I was looking at before I go to the Star. Business Daily. In a country, so the headline is Kenyans insure food crops, dogs, horses for 36.7 billion.
Sorry?
In a country where insurance has long been associated with cars, what other things do you guys know? Insured homes, health, and cars.
Property.
Mainly property, yes. Kenyans are rewriting the playbook by taking out cover for goats, for rabbits, for dogs, and even trees, putting them in the line for payouts worth billions of shillings. It's a very interesting thing going on here.
Tree, yani mti.
Oh, okay. So there's a growing market for crop and livestock covers, which is pointing to the evolving insurance landscape in line with the increasing frequency and severity of climate change. So there's the latest data from Insurance Regulatory Authority, IRA, shows Kenyans had at the end of last year paid insurance companies over 1.2 billion as premiums, qualifying for payouts of 36.73 billion if the covered loss occurs. So the growing market for crop and livestock covers points to the evolving insurance landscape. So, guess what, guys? This is I didn't know this. It's interesting. The sum insured for selected crops. Watu wana insure mahindi kwa shamba.
That I can understand.
That I can understand, yeah.
Maize I can understand.
Beans.
Maybe that too.
Barley.
Okay.
Wheat. Blue gum trees. Potatoes. Cowpeas. Green grams. Rice. And others. People are insuring these things. And the amounts are ridiculous figures. I found that very, very interesting. It's a story in the Business Daily. But let's go to the Star very quickly. Youth vote. Rivals gear up for fight over Gen Z voters. What's the number? 6 million new voters expected to tilt the equation in 2027 election. And then there's a story there. How staff salaries are draining university coffers. Names of universities there, at least 20 on the front page, from Technical University of Kenya all the way down to Alupa University College, and how much personal emoluments being gobbled, actual revenues, wage bill percentage, and all that. Sakaja apologizes to MCAs as Ruto, Raila come to his rescue. So Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja has 1 month to mend fences with MCAs. 1 month. Or once again face their wrath. This was the resolution of high-stakes parallel meetings led by President William Ruto and ODM leader Raila Odinga that rescued the county boss from impeachment. Yes.
When you apologize to somebody, the assumption is that you've done something wrong.
Wrong, yes.
What did he do?
What did he do?
Yeah.
The MCAs listed quite a number of things.
To them?
Yes.
What did
among
he do
them,
to them?
Among them is ward development funds.
But it's not them.
Sasa, kuna projects Sakaja ana-initiate bila kuwahusisha.
Okay.
That among many other things. And so, they were like, you know what? You are not communicating with us. Whatever you're doing, you're not listening to us. You need to go.
That's what they
among
said.
other things.
Okay.
So, Gafla bin vu. The first time Baba did it, it was, I think, last week to rescue.
Yeah.
Now, yesterday was now the broad-based meeting.
Mother of Salvation.
Yes,
All right.
and that's where now he ended up apologizing to the MCAs.
So,
and then,
okay, so essentially they felt undermined when it comes to development.
Yes.
So that's what he was apologizing for.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Plus other things.
Okay.
The meeting was 5 hours, by the way.
5
You can imagine what they were
Apology.
discussing for 5 hours. Yes, and after that, we're giving him 1 month.
So did
to mend his ways.
Did he apologize in a conference call because the meetings were there separately? But that notwithstanding, one would ask the question: if this man had questions to respond to, what's the responsibility of these MCAs to the people they represent, to the people who put them in power, in terms of ensuring that everything that ought to be delivered is delivered, and that if the governor does not deliver, then there are processes enshrined in the constitution, like impeachment per se. So when you are convinced to drop what the constitution allows you, are you not letting down the people who put you in office and demand that right is done by them? I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Who should the apology have gone to?
I've gone to.
Guys, it's politics.
And now, but you understand what I'm saying now.
I know.
Maybe you see where I'm coming from.
Yes, I hear you. I hear you very clearly.
Because, if you're apologizing to somebody who,
you're thinking straight line.
You want me
Think
to
zigzag.
Okay, zigzag everywhere. Convolution.
The thing is, there are two parallel meetings, like Aseto said. So one was led by President William Ruto, and ODM Raila Odinga was in another one. So for those who don't know, there were around 80 MCAs. Someone called them restless MCAs, who said, you know what? These 80 signatures that have been drafted to pass this motion to remove Sakaja, this guy has to go. So Kenya Kwanza MCAs attended a meeting at State House. Chaired by who?
The President
William Ruto. Azimio ward reps gathered at the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Foundation in Upper Hill. Under who? Raila Odinga. Now, the people who are present, they were saying, this governor is inaccessible.
Okay, we can't reach
He's not
him.
accessible.
Okay.
He has not released bursary funds and funds for development, among other things.
Okay.
So the 10th meeting, that's where Sakaja was, and they were very frustrated and demanding a lot of things. Someone said, we told Baba he cannot be the savior of this governor all the time. We wanted to show him we also have powers.
Okay.
Yes, we cannot be passing a budget yet words and people have nothing to show for it.
Okay.
So the
So
apology...
in this, the apology then came with a promise.
Yes.
So I apologize and I promise you. So they've said within 1 month,
yes,
all of these issues that we have, they will be sorted out, Abby?
Yes.
Okay.
So 1 month from yesterday.
today.
Not from yesterday.
It's the 2nd of October.
Yes, so 2nd of October, we wait to see what happens. In the
Bursary
meantime,
will be going out by the 2nd of October. Now, see, tumeanza shule.
yeah, in the meantime, 1 month is a long time in this country. Yeah. A lot of
Very.
things can happen.
I said by today, the end of today.
Yes.
So I'm asking. So here's a question where, say, in my ward, my ward. So the governor came and paved the road. Who's benefiting?
See you.
Me, the citizen, right?
Yeah.
So at that point, when this road is being constructed and everything, the MCA is there. Or no, it's because the governor implemented that without telling them. But at the end of but all this is meant to benefit the citizen. So why are you complaining? Anyway,
how will
it's
I
politics.
know that I have gravitas if I'm not involved in things? Nini wewe?
Cine life.
See, guys, the story is why. The why Ruto Raila said Sakaja. The politics now, the why.
That's the why. That's the
Is
story.
where our
Remember in Journalism 101, what are we taught? Anytime you're writing a story, you ask the 5 W's.
Yes.
Now, this is one of the 5 W's.
Yeah,
that is
the
being
what we know.
The what we know.
The impeachment.
The who we know.
The when
the
we
when
know.
we know.
The why.
The why
the
is
why.
the how we know.
The how we
It
know.
was the impeachment through.
The why.
The why
Ndio sasa tunatafuta.
is fear for a showdown with former DP Rigathi Gachagua in by-election and impact of 2027. The other one is concerns broad-based government critics exploiting ouster plot to derail Unity Pact. Then there's worry about disruptive poll campaign in the capital city if governor and deputy are ousted, among other things.
Okay.
Yes, a lot of English.
If you look at page 4, remember Sakaja is a member for UDA. But in page 4, you see him attending an ODM PG meeting with the MCAs, with Raila Odinga. It's broad-based, I know.
It's broad-based, number one. Number two, the county assembly is majority ODM.
Yes.
Yes.
But
so
Baba publicly said is standing behind Sakaja.
I love my country.
And that's why you kind of see the issues with the likes of Sifuna, Babu Owino and everything, because Baba is clearly behind
Sakaja.
Yeah, Sakaja. So.
Okay. So.
Wow.
Wacha tuone.
In the meantime, nyinyi mnaumia. This is not about you and me.
Think it's about you, Nairobi.
No. It has nothing to do with you and me.
Okay, well, let's see. Let me tell you a story that... Okay, Jennifer, I know that we were trying to be positive. We're trying. But let me tell you this particular story. It's in the Standard on page 3. Remember that on the 18th of January, Brian Odhiambo went missing. He was last seen in the company of KWS Rangers. By evening, he had not come home, and the rumor was that he had been taken by the Rangers and that they had seen somebody, in his presence. A month later, she actually made a plea to the CS Interior, because obviously this is under his ambit, and still nothing. They looked and looked. They got a lawyer trying to find out what had happened to him, and they said, even if he is dead, please let us know what's going on. Finally, it made its way to the courts, and an inquest was then asked to begin. And the inquest, of course, we know that an inquest is for the purposes of seeing whether a case will then go to trial, and if there is a case to be answered, and who then will answer that case. So there's an ongoing inquest, and there's a star witness who's come out to say that Rangers killed Nakuru fisherman Brian Odhiambo. A witness, sure enough, under protection, has told a court how Kenya Wildlife Service Rangers disappeared with the missing fisherman, Brian Odhiambo. The witness said one officer indicated that Odhiambo, who was lying unconscious in a KWS Land Cruiser, was already dead. Testifying virtually from the Nakuru GK prison, where he's serving a sentence for illegal fishing, he described how the ranger turned Odhiambo, lifted his head, and checked his pulse. Have you followed me so far?
Yes.
This witness is also, I'm not going to say a victim, but a perpetrator of illegal fishing in Lake Nakuru, and he was testifying from the Nakuru GK prison. He says what they saw, because the vehicle came into the prison, and of course during the day they're out, doing one or two. His evidence corroborated with that of another fisherman also in jail, who described how he saw the rangers beat Odhiambo before throwing him into the vehicle like a sack of potatoes. Odhiambo went missing on the 18th of January after he was allegedly arrested by KWS rangers for illegal fishing at Lake Nakuru. So, 2 witnesses, both in prison for illegal fishing. This is something that this gentleman also is said to have been arrested over. 6 KWS rangers were accused of abducting Odhiambo. Yesterday, the witness told Principal Magistrate Kirui Kibelion that he was fishing in the lake at around 8 a.m. After some time, he saw his colleagues running from the Vietnam area before he saw KWS rangers chasing them. I was inside the lake and I got scared, so I got out of the lake and was surrounded by rangers, and they arrested me. He described how the rangers assaulted them. Those arrested were ferried in a boat to Summit, where they were ordered to lie down and wait for transport to the police station. According to this, he said, the rangers were ruthless, and when one lifted his head, he was hit with blows and kicks. I laid down, facing the side of the road. When a green KWS Land Cruiser arrived to pick them up, he lifted his head and saw a person lying on his stomach inside the vehicle. A ranger opened the door and instructed the person to create space for others, but he did not move. He said the officer turned the man and lifted his head. It's at that point that the witness recognized the man as Odhiambo, who wore black sports shorts with white stripes, but he had no shirt or shoes. Remember, they were all fishing in the lake. He said that the officer signaled to the others that the man may have been dead. The rangers showed signs that Odhiambo was dead, but in his charge shushed him and directed the driver to drive off. The car drove off to a bush near the lake, and at the same time I was kicked and ordered to look down. We did not see the vehicle again. He goes on to say, we did not understand why the Land Cruiser drove to the bush instead of driving to the office. According to the witness, one of the fishermen who had been injured on the nose was released, while 9 of them were driven to the Bondeni police station. Fearing for their lives, they lied to the police officers that they had not been assaulted, but late in the night, they had to be rushed to hospital after complaining of body aches. So this was the information that was being given, and depending on what the magistrate will pick up as solid enough evidence, we will see if then this case goes to trial, and that these 6 KWS rangers on that day will then be interdicted.
I watched this testimony on TV, by the way, and I followed it keenly, and there was a point where I was feeling, if I was the judge or the magistrate listening to this, you can clearly tell what's going on. The only issue is you have to prove beyond reasonable doubt. So you have to present evidence. But you listen, the manner in which the witness then was narrating what was happening, it was difficult to tell whether they were lying or not, because these statements have been corroborated by other witnesses.
Yes.
There's even the additional testimonies where somebody was actually saying there was a point where Odhiambo was stripped nearly naked. Waka, unajile, what is it called? The stinging nettle
there was
leaves.
something that was
Stinging nettle
HIV.
leaves.
Yes.
They were rubbing that on him. Then I was wondering, why would they do that? Why would you think to do that? Is it to cover up that either lidungwa na mwiba mwili kafura? Like you're trying to imagine, as you're covering up death, the kind of things that you're running through your head and what you're trying to cover. But more importantly, the issue even human rights activists are questioning so far with all this evidence, because there's, I think, only one witness that is left, if I'm not wrong, on 8th of September. It's the issue of, as this trial is ongoing, the 6 KWS rangers have only been formally charged with what? Abduction to confinement. Someone is dead. but abduction to confinement.
Yeah.
So hopefully then, because there's no charge for murder at this moment, hopefully then, after this thing is moving to the next stage, there will be new charges that will
perhaps
be
that because of the testimony that's being given, depending on what Justice Kip Kurui decides here, that whether the evidence is enough for there to be a case to answer. And from all of these witness testimony, it would appear that this gentleman did not drown in the lake.
No, he didn't.
He was not bitten by a wild animal and then succumbed to his injuries. He was taken from all of this witness testimony. And based on that, the magistrate will then say, you know what, you have to tell us what happened to him. He was murdered under the penal code is an offense. It's a criminal offense, so somebody has to answer for that. And so that's why an inquest is done. But it is very clear from all that we've heard and seen so far, the two people, remember, and I think it's very critical to this, the two people who gave witness testimony were there that day. They were arrested and are currently serving a jail term because of what they were doing
they were together with Brian.
They were together. Yep.
It's crazy that all that these gentlemen were doing pretty much is just trying to eke a living. Exactly. It's all that there's nothing else for me to do. Let me go fish and provide for my family. That KWS officers who have been given the mandate of taking care of our wildlife, and one would say even our forest, would go to an extent of taking someone's life just because they encroached. That makes sense.
You know, the saddest part of this story is justice for the ordinary person. Can drag, and it's draining. But if this was somebody
prominent,
heads will have rolled so fast. So, guys, you want to
give us a quick story quickly before we go to the top of the hour?
So, State House withdrew 3.6 billion for travel meetings in 42 days.
Oh, okay.
State House, I repeat, withdrew 3.6 billion for local travels and meetings under emergency funding in 42 days.
You said local travel.
Local travels and meetings only. Okay.
3.6 billion.
This is under the emergency funding.
Okay.
In 42 days, 3.6 was gobbled. Highlighting the difficulties in enforcing austerity measures to plug budget holes. This is besides everything else you keep hearing about, how much money was used in printing only. Okay. So the CAB report shows that the Treasury made 3 approvals of 3.6 billion for State House to spend on local travels, hospitality and fuel. Of the 3.6 billion spending, the control of budget only approved 2.3 billion in 7 batches. Okay. Despite all these things that were announced, that austerity measures and everything, Margaret Nyakango petitioned public officials to prioritize essential services during budgeting and not seek emergency funding. Now, very quickly, the report notes that Treasury approved you know, there's so many withdrawals. You can't even keep track what was done when and how. The whole point here is this. Pesa iko, guys. The point is pesa iko.
Nobody should ever say the reason why you can't do 1 or 2 is because there's no money.
No.
There's money, clearly. It just depends on what your priorities are and where you want to put it. And that's how you prioritize things. Apondo Tuko. And even the time says Apondo Tuko, because you know what? 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga. The Executive Office of the President spent an average of 2 million shillings per day on printing services in the last financial year. The Office of the Controller of Budget, Margaret Nyakango, in the report which flagged massive wastage in government, also showed that President William Ruto's office spent a whopping 1 billion shillings on advisors who have since reached 20 in the Kenya Kwanza administration. The National Government Budget Implementation Review Report for the financial year 2024-2025 has laid bare the government's expenditure of the total budget of 4 trillion Kenya shillings in the year preceding the Gen Z protests that led to the withdrawal of the Finance Bill 2024. President William Ruto has dismissed critics of the Hustler Fund, a scheme he says has registered great success since its inception in the country. Speaking when he met with grassroots leaders from Turkana County, President Ruto said since its inception in November 2022, a total of 72 billion Kenya shillings have been disbursed to ordinary Kenyans.
Na hiyo Hustler Fund, unajua kuna watu wengine mabwenyenye wajeuri wanakaa hapa Serena. Niliona juzi walitoa statement hapo Serena kusema ati Hustler Fund iondolewe. Mtu ameenda Serena amekunywa chai ya 2000 shillings. Alafu anasema kwani 1000 itasaidia mtu na nini? Hajui 1000 inaweza kununua stock ya mtu for one day afanye biashara na asonge mbele. And because of lending citizens that small amounts, 5,000, 10,000, 20,000, we have now lent 72 billion shillings. Hustler Fund is larger than most banks.
Regarding the new Shah Health Insurance cover, he said the government has embarked on a plan to pay 1.5 million shillings to Kenyans who cannot afford to pay for Shah premiums. He has also promised to release the payment by next week.
Na sasa tumesema wale hawana uwezo ya kulipa hata hiyo 300, sasa kwa sababu sisi tunalipa zaidi, we have the money now to pay for them wale ambao hawana uwezo wa kulipa. So from next week, God willing, from next week we are now going to pay for the 1.5 million Kenyans who have no capacity to pay. We will pay for them.
The Multinational Security Support Mission in Haiti has identified the Kenyan officer who died in a road accident on Sunday as Corporal Kennedy Mutuke Nzuve. Authorities have confirmed his remains were flown to the Dominican Republic for preservation before being repatriated to Kenya anytime this week. Foreign Affairs Principal Secretary Korir Singaway has paid tribute to Corporal Mutuku, describing him as a patriot who sacrificed his life in the service of global peace. Police in Nyamira have launched a manhunt for a 22-year-old man who allegedly confessed to killing his girlfriend and burying her body in a shallow grave. The man, identified as Gideon Makori, is said to have been in a relationship with Faith Kimto, who was reported missing in July. Kimto is said to have left home in June with her phone while nibbling a mango. A 1 month search yielded fruit on Monday after a strange message came to her sister-in-law's phone sent by Kimto's alleged boyfriend, identified as Gideon. The two were set to join the university this week, and police are now searching for the 22-year-old Makori.
Ilikuwa inaandikwa eti huyu Fei tulimusika kwa uko chuma usi mahali masimu walikuwa wanatoa mchanga karibu na tanki. Sasa nikawacha tu wakaenda.
Tuchakuwa na matatizo yoyote, bila alikuwa anatoka shule, anakaa nyumbani, na kitu tu naomba kwa serikali inisaidie ama itusaidie kutatua hiyo matatizo yote.
Watoto wa shule wakwenda university wengi wamekufa, na danganya ama ni ukweli? Kwa hii mwezi tu wa university ndio wamekufa. Unasikia mara mwingine amechomwa. Haki. Mwingine alifahamu mtu hapa chini. Haki. Jameni, vijana wetu wameisha. Tunaelekea wapi?
That's the news wire. I'm Lea Obaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing.
They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning at 9 minutes after 7 o'clock, and getting into it this morning. It's Wednesday and getting over the hump of the week and into it. And even as we do, real quick, Dennis, you said that you're going to tell us what to do with money.
Yes, money. So, when you talk about money, it's all about creating wealth, not just getting rich. It's about creating wealth. And what's the better time for you to create wealth? We say it is now. Now, our friends at Standard Chartered Priority Banking will help you plan deliberately so that you get personalized advice. Okari loves to call it what again? Bespoke. Yes. Custom made, tailor made to your likings and demands.
To your fitting.
Kabisa.
I'd like to spend a day.
Actually. Yeah, and this advice will help you meet your lifestyle today and your aspirations for tomorrow and the future. Now, whether you're building a portfolio or securing your legacy, Standard Chartered Priority Banking offers more than expertise. They offer trust, consistency, and true partnership, because wealth isn't just about money. It's about what again? The people and values that you create. Now, start your journey today by partnering with a trusted partner, and that is by sending an email to wealth.ke@sc.com, because Standard Chartered Priority Banking, your time is now. And if it's not now, it's now. Yeah, now.
It's now.
Now.
Okay. All right. Getting into things this morning. Good morning. Dr. Barak Muluka is here.
Yes.
And he is the Secretary General of DNA. Think about that in whichever way you want. But it is a political party, and is also here as, a friend of ours, for us to be able to look at a couple of things. And Professor Alfred Omanya is also here with us this morning. Good morning, Prof.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Very well.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Karibu sana.
I think this is a place to be at this hour.
At this hour?
Yes.
Now. We're going to get into a couple of things this morning necessary for us to do. Every day we are met with situations that essentially form the future, whether we're looking at it in the political sphere, or whether you're looking at it in the social justice sphere, or within the boundaries of the country, of course, and beyond. So those are the conversations that we have today. But Aseto wants to take you to Morocco.
Yes. Wow. And I think when you talk about Morocco, let's just go straight to the latest part of history. They're the winners of CHAN.
Yes.
You know, they were crowned on Sunday.
Unfortunately.
Right? Wow. Beautiful part of history. But with that, let's just remember that Kenya beat them. you know?
You're going to just make the championship about you.
Oh, yes.
But did not win.
But let's go to the proverbs that we get from
beating somebody doesn't guarantee a win.
At least they beat Tanzania.
Oh, yes. Yes.
We beat them, but Tanzania were beaten by them.
There was no way Tanzania would beat Morocco. Only Kenyans could.
If you beat the champions, you are the champion.
But
it depends on when you beat them.
It doesn't matter.
All right, let's get the proverb, right? Times change, and those that don't change die. Dr. How would you
say that again? Repeat in slow motion.
Times change, and those that don't change die.
You know, that is a fallacy because nothing really changes. The wise man told us that as it was yesterday, it is today, and tomorrow, and forever. Nothing changes. The alphabet of the of life is marble constant, as William Shakespeare would say. It's just the guises that look a little different, but fundamentally nothing changes, absolutely, and nothing really dies. So that's a fallacy from Morocco. That's why when Harambee Stars beats them, then they go on to imagine that they are now the champions. Nothing changes.
Careful, Barack. Your patriotism is showing.
We beat them, and we are the champions.
All right.
Such a philosophical interpretation.
You know?
A fallacy.
Prof, how we interpret it.
Yes, I think time changes, and I think those who don't change actually die. But whether you change or not, you still die. I think that would be my
die anyway.
So nothing changes.
That would be my addition there. That I mean, if you look at, I think the plants and even the humans and all these sort of things, you sort of go through the seasons, and yes, you're not just dying because time changed. I mean, you're dying because it's a season to die. But also, yes, if you also don't change with time.
Yes, but Professor,
you sort of die.
Nothing lives that doesn't die, and all that dies lives.
I think
that's why you should read about the grain of wheat.
I think
that it dies.
I think is whether you look at it from biology or from physics.
Okay.
Because if you look at it from physics, you're right. Matter cannot be created or destroyed.
Even from biology.
But if you look at it from biology,
it dies fast, and after it has died, it germinates, and then it produces even more.
No,
guys, I think I leave the studio.
Yeah, yes. I think we can allow you guys to have this biological. We'll just be able to watch this unfold.
Yeah. But the Moroccans are always confusing us. We beat them and you don't win. I mean,
perhaps
people die and leave.
The interpretation of this proverb is that Kenyans are happy that the Moroccans were beaten by them at some point. On a day like this, a year ago, we were fed the crumbs of what would become a meal that was served at the table of what a broad-based government would be. And 365 years later, days later, I don't know that we would be here after 365 years, but all right, 365 days later, the questions abound in terms of, okay, what we were served on the table, has it actually achieved the objectives that we were told it would? There was a 10-point agenda, essentially, that was drawn up. And that was presented to Kenyans, and they said, you know what, guys, us coming together, these are the things that we are going to achieve. And it is going to be for the betterment of Kenya as a whole. And we're going to go into this gung-ho this morning, but let's start off with you, Prof. Achievement of goals of bringing Kenya together, unification of the country, development of the country. Have we seen that those things have been achieved by the broad-based government to date?
Of course not, and they're not achievable at all. in this way that. Number one, are Kenyans actually divided? So I would agree with Barak here that is an illusion that was being pursued. Are Kenyans divided anyway as Kenyans? Kenyans are not divided.
No.
We are not divided at all. The only difference that we have is that those in the political space, basically jostling for political positioning and power, are divided, as they should be. Yeah, because in any contestation of within the political space, you always have groups, different groups. You rarely just have one monolithic, group. In fact, that is contrary to human nature. We expect that within the political space, you'll be having different groups, sort of wanting their positions to be the ones taken, sort of competing for resources and so on, and that again is normal. So this whole idea that then you want to unite people so that you only have a single or a singular political position is as ridiculous as when you have that discussion, you might say the gods are crazy. From the time politics was invented in Greece, it was always about different individuals with a different positioning, arguing and debating with the emperor so that their positions could actually be advanced.
Okay.
It was never really about one position, and it was never about the emperor's position.
And it was never about the people?
These were the people. They were the people. They were exercising their politics directly. Whether you are the poet or the farmers or whatever it is, they would meet at the agora and debate. And then, of course, they would form themselves into groups so that with similar interests, so that you could advance those things further. But it was never a single group. And this positions kept changing as interests, were being horse-traded and so on, so that eventually it is your positions and decisions and so on that then would be taken aboard and implemented by those who are exercising power, as it actually were. And I think this is something that we need to be very, very categorical about in Kenya. That there's nothing really wrong with Kenyan politics. There isn't. When Gachagua comes
except the leadership.
No, even the leadership, politics. We have everything wrong with governance, but not politics. It's only that we conflate the two. When Raila decides to become a god, it's okay because those are his positions. When Gachagua says don't touch the mountain, it's okay because that is what Gachagua is using to jostle for position. When Ruto says that maybe he's a divine leader that God brought to Kenya, but of course the religious people have deserted him, it's okay because those are the strategies that he's using. The problem now comes in governance. Even in ancient Greece, it is not these guys who are making noises at the agora who governed. It was the emperor who actually governed together with with his leaders and the armies and all those sort of things. So and this is a clarification that we actually want to get. Our Kenyan politics is okay. It's jostling for position. The problem now is that there's a way we have agreed to be governed as a society. And people think the government of Kenya is the Ruto government. It's not. You'll be taught in class 3 civics that Kenya government has 3 arms. It is judiciary, it is executive, it is legislature. That's government of Kenya. Government of Kenya is not Ruto. It's not that politicians tend to make a lot of noises, so we confuse them. And that government, is guided by our constitution, is guided by, regulations and so on, has entire civil service and also people employed to do things in a particular way. And we know what we want as a country because we've said it in the constitution. So now what happens is, let me just wind up this train of thought.
Yeah.
Politics and government and governance are sort of joined at the hip. It's politicians who cross over to govern. And this is the problem in Kenya. The politicians are not governing. They're not following the rules. They cross over and continue with politics.
So our president is continuing with politics instead of governing according to the constitution, according to the rules, instead of supervising the executive to ensure that our objectives are actually met. That's where the problem is, that we are not, in fact, we have an absentee government. We need to be refunded our money that we are paying for government, because those who are governing are not doing their work. However, the politicians are doing their work.
Okay. They're politicking.
Exactly.
All right. So, Dr. Muluka, so here we are, and I hear that point, that politicians politic, that's what they do. But politicians use this means to then get into governance.
Correct.
And don't leave the politicking behind.
And they should govern.
And they should be.
Could the professor be of good conduct?
Okay. Okay. So let me ask the question and go on to that, because here we are and we're saying that we see constant politicking. Many would say that, in fact, the events of yesterday, where we saw that there was a Salvation Baraza that was held by Raila Odinga for the governor of Nairobi, continues into the politicking instead of governance that should happen, and that politicians should leave the robe of politics behind once they get into positions of governance.
Thank you, and Professor, you will be of good comportment. Yes. Number one, Professor begins by misleading us here in the studio and misleading the audience by suggesting that there was an emperor in ancient Greece, when he knows very well that the ancient Greeks were organized in city-states.
Correct.
Whether you talked about Sparta, you talked about Athens, you talked about Corinth, you talked about Galatia, Ephesus, and all the rest of them. So the possibility there was an emperor is actually not true. I think the closest we come to seeing anything like an emperor, closest, is where we have Alexander the Great.
Yes.
The young man, brazen youth, who went around trying to coalesce these Greek states together. And when he got to the Mediterranean Sea, he cried because he thought that he had exhausted all there was to be conquered of the world and nothing was left. And he didn't live for long thereafter. But we conflate issues, first of all, that number one, politics is about the polity. And the polity is the society. It's where we, the people, live. And it's about how we organize government within the polity. And here I agree with the professor. We organize government for purposes of accessing the opportunities within the polity. And so sometimes to attempt to draw a demarcation line between government and politics is to engage in hair splitting with preponderant respect. But to come straight to the broad-based government, or the entity that is called the broad-based government, I think the starting point for me, ladies and gentlemen, audience and professor, is about the illegality of the entity. This thing which we call the broad-based government, I agree once again with the prof that it set out to bring about unity in an environment where there was no disunity among the people. And so the notion of bringing about unity was the excuse rather than the reason why we got ourselves into that space. And the fundamental questions we should be asking today, 365 days later, is why we have allowed an illegal entity to exercise state authority, and why we even think that we need to audit that illegal entity. Today, for the first time, I have come to the studio with a document to refer to, because I don't want anyone to imagine that this is Barack calling the government illegal. We have got an illegitimate entity in power being driven by two people who, by virtue of the fact that this is an illegitimate entity, qualify to be called buccaneers. Okay. Because they preside over an illegal entity. And we saw that yesterday they even converged to save a junior buccaneer. If you look at Article 2 of the Constitution of Kenya, Article 2, and I think allow me just to read this, please. This Constitution is the supreme law of the Republic and binds all persons, including William Ruto and Mr. Raila Odinga, state organs at both levels of government. Then says at 2.2, no person may claim to exercise state authority except as authorized under this Constitution. And of course, the validity or legality of this Constitution is not subject to challenge by or before any court or state organ. Let me move quickly to Article 3. Article 3.2. Any attempt to establish a government otherwise than in compliance with this Constitution is unlawful. Nowhere do we have an entity called a broad-based government. Nowhere are we told that there's anyone who has been given authority to bring together two political parties in a manner that is other than what the Constitution and the Political Parties Act says about formation of government. In other words, if Mr. Odinga and Dr. Ruto wanted to form a joint government, a coalition government is provided for, and it's provided for even in the post-election dispensation. If they think that they are so divided among themselves and that they will bring themselves closer to unity, then they must first enter a coalition government agreement, which coalition government agreement they must deposit with the registrar of political parties. And the fact that last week they held a joint parliamentary group meeting between UDA and ODM is the highest cognitive demonstration of their contempt for the law and their preparedness. It's the loudest statement about their preparedness to commit illegalities, to operate in an illegal environment, to subvert justice, such that when Governor Sakaja is going to be interrogated by the County Assembly of Nairobi, and that we, the citizens of Nairobi, have an opportunity to understand what goes on in our county, the whole thing is curtailed and jettisoned into nihilism. So that is where we are. And being there, therefore, as I draw towards the conclusion, I'd like to observe that unity is as good as the purpose for which different groups, teams unite. If they unite to commit a felony, then that unity is a conspiracy. And the government that we have in Kenya today is a felonious government, and it's difficult, therefore, to begin auditing it outside the realms of felony.
Should the question then be, because it's easy then to skirt around this issue, and there's also a counter-argument that the reality of living in this country is we sometimes would end up covering ourselves from the truth or hiding from the truth. Right. We know what this broad-based government is. We know what empowerment drives or funds or programs, what they really mean.
Exactly.
In this case, early in the morning, we were talking about the 5 things we were taught as journalists before doing a story. There is the what, there is the when, there is the why, there is the where, and then there is the how.
And who.
And who, sorry. And who.
Correct.
So in this case, we can clear out the who.
Right.
We know the who in the story.
Correct.
We know the what in the
Right.
story.
Right.
We know the when.
Right.
And what else is
The
there?
where, we know the where.
The where we know.
Right.
The how we know. The question is the why.
Yes.
Why did, and this is a headline today, why did Ruto and Raila organize parallel meetings to save a governor? Just as a classic example, one of the issues that is coming out is their concerns that the broad-based government critics within that structure, and when I talk about structure is ODM and also UDA, who are dissatisfied, who don't recognize these arrangements, they could end up derailing the reasons why this came to be in the first place.
Correct.
But really, because you, Prof, talked about politics.
Right.
And I also hear Dr. Muluka talking about politics. What's the politics in this story?
Let me just, I'll still insist on going back to my need or analogy or thesis exactly of politics versus governance, and where they joined at the hip in terms of trying to elucidate or even attempt to clarify this matter. I would let me use corporate space. You see, corporations, businesses are governed by rules, by systems, by processes, and they're laid. Some are internal, some are external to the organizations, like government requirements and so on. So yes, I'm running this firm, and I employ a young man who is a son of my client, who's a billionaire. The young man is sort of clueless, that doesn't even know what exactly we do. But then his father said that, can you take the young man? And I had no choice to take the young man because the dad gives us big business. That is politics. So this guy comes to the office, he's clueless, but he can always walk to the CEO's office and say, no, I think we should do that this way. We should do that project there. I think we should drop this one. And, if you don't listen to him, he can tell his dad in the evening that that guy that you took me to is a bad fellow, so let's remove our business. So what do? You sort of accommodate this individual, but and that really is politics. Now, of course, there are two types of CEOs. There'll be the stupid CEO who then accepts everything this little boy tells him. He says, let's go bomb this place. You bomb it because, the guy's giving you business. Let's employ 100 slay queens, so that the temperature of the office is right. And you actually do it and says, why bother with doing your returns? My dad knows people. And you do it. What you'll do is that you'll end up crashing the organization. Yeah. So you see, you have to navigate because the governance part of it is now those rules and the regulations and decisions of boards and so on that must be implemented by the CEO. You need to get these young men and tell them, okay, fine. I mean, how about we go for holiday? I can give you a very good treat. Of course, the sacrifice you're making is that you'll be away for a week. But meanwhile, the organization is running as it should be. The accountant is doing returns and so on. Tell him, okay, fine. I know your dad doesn't like this guy, but guess what I've done? I've picked my most dislikable member of staff to work on the project. That's how you balance now politics with governance. So you're not breaking fundamental laws or regulations, and at the same time you're accommodating interests. Now, to come to Sakaja's issue, and that's a big problem with broad-based government, and I couldn't agree more with my brother Barak here. In fact, basically that the guys, they have met, they actually know how the Nairobi government is meant to work. How do they know? Barak has it here in his black book. It says exactly how it should happen. It says exactly what MCAs are meant to do. It says exactly how they're meant to have those particular processes in place and so on. That is like the cooperation. The systems, the rules, the laws, the regulations, the processes, that then govern institutions. Nairobi County has all those things. But then what do? They agree with the young boy that fine, let us shoot down this thing. Because my dad is a big man. That is exactly what's happening. Where the boy runs with the dad. This particular
Professor,
and
Professor,
I'm landing my point. Mm-hmm. So you see, there's absolutely no provision for the MCAs to exercise, their mandate in Karen or in Ruto's place and so on. There isn't. They can sort of canvass as far as politics are concerned. But what they should be asking themselves that what instruments do they actually have to manage Nairobi City County? But you see, what they're doing is saying, okay, fine, we shall not follow any of those processes. What we shall do, regardless of whether we actually had good reasons or not, what we shall do, we shall talk to our father. And whatever our father says, we shall do. And that is basically, and that is said every day. It's not just by the Nairobi MCS. This is said by people who I used to suspect had brains. But in fact, they don't. Now I can confirm. People who say, if Baba says, go left, you say left. If Baba says jump, you ask how high. And the same with the Ruto UDA guys. Ideally what we should be saying is that if Baba says go left, Baba is so wise, maybe the constitution also says go left. So we shall confirm and indeed go left. If Baba says jump, maybe the legislation says jump. We shall check and then jump. Otherwise we get into this stupidity where, if Baba could be saying some things because he's unwell. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And instead of getting Baba treatment,
following what he says.
We are following what he says.
So,
and that's the problem.
So which then brings us to a point where if you look at how broad-based government came into place, it's because Kenyans went to the streets to say enough is enough. And it is at that point where the two former enemies became brothers and now started speaking
which is not true.
Okay, allegedly, let me use the word allegedly. But here now is a situation where you further see what is happening in the counties and how everyone is doing everything to protect their positions, playing politics just so they can continue their political expediency at the expense of service delivery to the people. Which brings me to the question, if you see all these moves on the chessboard being made, is there any idea that it is for the betterment of the people of Kenya, or is it for them to protect their positions, their political space?
Okay, I hope I can pick up the various strands of this rope and the multiple barrels and come up with something sensible. First, government and governance operates within lawful instruments.
Corrections.
Instruments. And the instrument number one is the Constitution. And that instrument sits up and above all other instruments. And to the extent that any other instrument, be it a statutory law, be it a regulation, be it a law that has been enacted in a county assembly, is illegal to the extent that it is inconsistent with the mother law, which is the Constitution. And so to that extent, even any behavior or any action or any directive or decree or activity that digresses from the Constitution as the mother law is illegal, and it cannot be intended for the good of the people, because this law, together with all its children, with all its offspring, have taken into account what needs to be done, how it needs to be done, why Dennis Okari it needs to be done, when it should be done, and by whom. For the people and not for the individuals. Now, when we talk about these two musketeers, what they are doing is basically saving one of their own. Saving one of their own in the sense that, to use from a professor, running. If there's a night runner in the village, and that night runner is discovered to be so and so's child, the possibility is there that the father is actually the master night runner. So if you're going to touch this night runner youth, you have to go through the whole gamut, through the whole process, and get to where it began, where the buck stops. So if you are going to begin unearthing things in Nairobi County, in the county government of Nairobi, my goodness, you do not know where they are going to end.
Right.
And so we will tell you that you are opening the Pandora box.
Correct.
And the Pandora box shall not be opened, because what lies at the base of the Pandora box is explosive. And that is where this whole Sakaja saga.
Nothing like a little alliteration for Wednesday morning, but okay.
There's a bit of poetry there, a bit of assonance and alliteration. Yes. So one of the papers says that there's worry about disruptive poll campaigns in the capital city if governor and deputy are ousted. So Aseto, we have to live with it because we don't want disruptive political campaigns in Nairobi. If we remove these two, they must just stay there. Where is the interest of the people on the weighing scales of democratic and responsible governance? That there's fear of a showdown with former DP Rigathi Gachagua in a by-election and the impact that could have on 2027. That there are concerns about broad-based government critics exploiting ouster to plot to derail the Unity Pact. The campaigns are already there, and they're being led by people like Edwin Sifuna, people like Babu Owino, people like Caleb Amisi, who are inside. And if they are inside and they are coming outside and they are telling us that inside is rotten, they must know what they are talking about. We have said on this show time and again that when turtle comes out of the sea to tell us that crocodile is unwell, turtle knows what he is talking about. So crocodile is unwell. And crocodile, the two crocodiles in the broad-based conspiracy know very well that if you start digging up the reality in the city, county of Nairobi, you are going to touch the untouchables.
So let me
and
ask
the
you.
same obtains to other counties.
Now, before this, on Sunday, just 2-3 days ago, the MCAs, the members of the county assembly, were very sure.
Correct.
They were very sure, 80 plus of them, that there was a problem. And that problem was the governor. That there were certain things that he had not achieved according to just not promise, but demand of duty that had not been done. But somehow, by Wednesday, an apology was accepted, and the promise of future engagement was then enough to overturn a previous position where the only solution was that this man has got to go. Is it possible that a change of mind would have occurred by 5 hours of an apology and a promise?
I think what is interesting is that it's not a change of mind per se. You know, mind tends to be it tends to be based on individuals. Is the change of mind of an entire population. You know, the 80-something, 90% of them. And you see, of course, what you're reading here in terms of the disruption is quite interesting because for Nairobi, Nairobi has had a governor removed before anyway.
Yes.
And there was no deputy when the governor was being removed. So we even have president and the city ran and until election.
And
so we even have a
perhaps
case.
it ran far better than it has ever run.
Yeah. So you know what I like with this group that Barack refers to as crocodiles, is that they also have very short memory, and they're able to just tell lies to the populace straight on their face that, you know, something terrible would happen, like pestilence would happen if Nairobi has no governor or deputy. The truth of the matter is that Nairobi has, at a particular point in time, didn't have an elected governor and deputy, and the city ran. Yeah, but they're able to convince us, because again, we have this mass suspension of our brains.
Mass stupidity.
Exactly. That is what it is. That, guys, I mean, these people must stay. They have to stay because something terrible that you cannot even fathom would happen if they didn't. And in fact, that's the basis of broad-based government. You remember a very senior crocodile in the country was saying, what Ruto leaves, and then what happens? What happens is in the black book here. And people are reading it. And he's telling you, just imagine. I mean, terrible things would happen. You know, Kenya might actually be disbanded as a country. It might disappear from the face of the earth. The gods might come and take us away. And, you know, terrible things that you can't imagine. So really this man must stay, because we have no idea what bad things will actually happen to the country. In fact, we don't even know what to do as a country. The point is that we do know. And that is a fallacy that the politicians are pushing. They're so lazy that even after coming in to basically do what we don't expect of in governance, you know, coming in to basically bastardize processes and procedures and rules and regulations and so on. They don't even have time to come and justify those and say, okay, fine, you know, the law says this, but we are interpreting it this way.
But was it a justification now, Prof? Because this is the thing, and this is where we are.
Right.
The Kenyans keep being fed this position that members of the county assembly, whether it is at that level, or members of parliament, or, you know, will seek for impeachment of an individual on certain issues. And you said, Barack, that the where, what, when, why, who is for the people. But is it though? No. Was these reasons, I think there were 8 of them, that members of the county assembly brought and said, based on this, we will ask for an impeachment of the governor? But is it really that? Was it really those issues? Or was it seeking for attention? Was it seeking for a position? Because if it were that the people were the end of the priority, it would have not been so easy to let it go by the end of Tuesday afternoon.
But remember before, in fact, and again, we have impeachment records in this country, and again, you know, the titles are telling us the truth. We had a deputy president impeached successfully, and our leaders sacrificed and stayed, you know, in the depth of the night. Even invented some interesting insults to ensure that the impeachment was as spicy as it could be, and we thank them for that. But these same fellows just told us the other day when the president said that there were a bunch of corrupt individuals, they reappeared and said that, oh yeah, you know, you gave us 10 million and we did a dirty job for you. When people were against it, in fact, many said that. They said, we have passed bills for you that the people didn't like. We passed the housing bill that people didn't like. We impeached the deputy president for you. And now you're calling us corrupt? Of course, the problem was just being called corrupt. The issue was they were not disputing.
Of course not.
Yeah, because they did receive the money, really. I mean, they're not disputing. The only issue was that, yes, I stole for you, and you're calling me a thief. Of course, when I was stealing for you, I told the other guys that it was them. And this is the same. It is exactly the same. That we have members of county assembly. In fact, I vote in this county. I'm representing this county, and this is one of the things I'm interested in, the overall governance of this country. Of course, there wasn't even any kamkunji to discuss the misdeeds of the governor, and I think there's a problem that we have situations where these sort of very heavy things that our leaders are meant to be doing on our behalf, number one, are not done on our behalf. They do them for their own ulterior motives. But having said that, you see, in this particular instance, you could actually have a thief saying that, no, that guy there has stolen your things. And even you check and agree that, yes, this fellow has stolen my things. And then he goes after that particular thief, which is really what's happening in Nairobi County. So our governor is there, and I'm telling you, a lot of us Nairobians would be very happy to impeach him without even these members of parliament. But the members of parliament themselves, the members of county assembly are pushing the impeachment without reference to us, who also actually want the fellow to go, and they change their minds similarly, without necessarily consulting anybody.
Well, they've said the impeachment has not been withdrawn. What they have agreed is they're giving him time so that he can fix the issues.
That's
they're giving him time to raise money
in semantics,
so that he can buy them off.
Professor, I have the conch.
I've given it to you, Brother Barack.
Yeah, I've got the conch. These individuals were raising the stakes.
Correct.
To just address the question squarely. They were raising the stakes. The opportunities within the county government of Nairobi, and there are opportunities in other county governments, there are opportunities around parliament, there are opportunities in the national government. And sometimes when you are forgotten for too long, you have got to raise the stakes. None other than the president has told us that these people are not serving us.
Right.
He has told us that they are corrupt. And as Professor correctly says, they have been offended not because they are corrupt, but because they are being told that they are corrupt. On account of that, if you are forgotten for a while, you have got to raise the stakes, and then the owners of the baby will summon you, and you will be told. You know, the Maverick, she's called the Maverick Okoh. You have to cut her a slack. She talked about these things 3 days ahead of their happening, that people had met somewhere, that certain figures had been floated, that those figures were going to change hands, and some portions were already doing that, and that this thing was going nowhere. Then we saw, of course, the good old Robert Alai, a bit of his former self, coming to the forefront and seeming to be leading the crusade. It's fine. They have accepted to give Governor Sakaja a fresh lease of life. That's fine.
For a month.
That's fine.
Yes.
You see, when we say of a certain linen that it is dirty, we really don't know how dirty it is until we put it in the wash. The dirt comes out in the wash.
Correct.
We look at the waters,
Correct.
and then we know just how dirty the linen is. As a Nairobian, I'm interested in knowing how dirty that linen is. And that linen requires to be put in the water. It requires immersion in the water so that we can see about these charges, these indictments against Governor Sakaja. They need to be brought out. City, county government needs even to discuss a motion, a motion, even if it's a motion of censure, so that we, the people of Nairobi, get to know what is happening, and we also get to understand who else. Because Sakaja, the governor of Nairobi County, is enjoying some leverage and is enjoying protection. We must understand why he is being protected.
As we talk about dirty linens, so there is the aspect of dirty linens in Nairobi County. There is the other linen that has been thrown to the members of parliament on them receiving. But then again, you look at the linen that starts from the top, and one looks and shudders, because then again, members of parliament are saying, fine, we voted for Finance Bill 2024 because you gave us money. We voted out the deputy president because you gave us money. So when you talk about the dirty linen, it starts starts from the top.
Correct.
And
Indeed.
as we talk about cleaning the system in Nairobi County, one would say, let us drain the entire pond. Correct. And start afresh. Is that the position?
And Nairobi was
Yeah.
going to be a very good starting point.
Correct.
Because as one road leads to the other, this particular road was going to lead to other intersections and junctions, and we were going to find out who else is behind it. I'll just sum up with two things, because I know that the good Ndu is about to say what she does. Two things. One of the things, Professor, hold your peace, Prof. One of the things is that President William Ruto in 2023 was saying the cake is big enough.
Yes.
The cake is big enough to go around. In the same year, Mr. Raila Odinga was talking of something called inclusivity. Inclusivity. In other words, let all of us assemble around this cake that is very big, and then let us all have our portion. That is the broad-based government. It's broad-based illegality, broad-based chaos, broad-based conspiracy, broad-based impunity. I rest.
If I was to ask you two gentlemen very quickly, as self-proclaimed prophets.
No, we are not.
I appoint.
No, we are not. You must apologize and withdraw.
I take the appointment.
No, I'm appointing you. I'm appointing you.
Yes.
So there was a conversation around this whole impeachment of Sakaja. The argument, the politics, was that their claims that the motion was part of a broader plan by their opponents to wreck the unity pact between Dr. Ruto and Mr. Odinga, that there are people in both ODM and UDA who have not embraced the broad-based government and have always wanted to create rivalry and friction between the two parties. Some are being used by external forces, and in reference, there's also the former deputy president hand in all this. My last question is this center going to hold, or is it an illusion between these two that there's actually unity? Because already we are seeing a breakage. You are seeing individuals, and you've mentioned here, there's the likes of Sifuna, Babu Owino, Caleb Umshomba, and the rest. There are cracks already. So are they disillusioned that there's actually unity in this thing? I'll start with you, Barack.
First, the union is going to remain because it's about conspiracy. And you have seen that the master conspirators are beholden together. They know why they are united. It's not about the people. The ones who are going to pull away from them are the pro-people politicians, but they have never been part and parcel of the pact. So it's going to go on with its wicked agenda. It's for Kenyans to wake up and decide that they do not want to be part of that conspiracy. Mr. Odinga has told us that he's taking it all the way to the wire in 2027.
Yes, I think I'll end from where I started, and again with in the Greek city-states, politica, which is the base word for politics, which was again exercised in that Greek city-state. The end goal of politics, or politica then, was actually about status and resources within the political entity. Now, my second point is that the pact between Ruto and Raila are actually about those two. Nothing changes, as my good friend Barack said. The politicians and politics is still about pursuit.
It's about who gets what,
status,
why, where,
and resources,
and when.
as it was when it was invented in the Greek city-states.
Yes.
So, to the extent that this unholy alliance enables the participants to access the two, they will stick together. Secondly, those who are not able to access the two, because we know eventually how you sustain that will fall apart. And this is where the Sifunas, the Babu Winners, and so on are. Because the Nairobi city-state, the politica is different. We are the ones who are going to kick out all the followers of the crocodiles. So if you are with them, you definitely will be kicked out, so that you will not be able to access the status and power. So all Nairobi politicians, and I'm warning them, all Nairobi politicians had better leave broad-based like yesterday, because Nairobians are going to ensure that there will be nowhere to access status and power in the next dispensation. So the wise ones, and of course they went to school, you can tell, the Babu Winners, the Sifunas, and
their
so on,
their
misses, they can already see that their eating cannot be sustained. In fact, they can only do it for 1 or 2 years. Then they'll get into political oblivion. But for the two crocodiles, it is in their interest to stick together, because already, in fact, they do have the power and status and resources
to get it done.
And the only thing they need to do is to see how long they'll cling there before the citizens of this country deny them the same. Thank you.
Turtle has already said crocodile is sick. Professor Alfred Omenya, as well as Dr. Barak Muluka, thank you for joining us this morning and looking into, what has come and what is to come.
But today Barak took a lot of my time. So
I'm very sorry.
I think
we shall come another day and
we need a rematch. Too much time.
And we shall hand the conch.
Come back.
We shall hand the conch to you first and for
Exactly.
Asante,
Now we're talking.
Thank you both for being here at 2 minutes past 8. Good morning.
Thank you. Thanks.
Newswire Amlea Ubaga. Secondary schools in the country are facing the threat of closure after the government delayed funding for academic activities for 2 terms. School principals now fear they may be forced to send students home if the government does not release the funds as soon as possible. Some schools are facing challenges in running their operations and paying off debts to suppliers.
Now, many principals actually are called in this office because they are living in fear. They cannot address the matter openly because they are fearing kind of victimization. They are asking, how do you expect schools to run with the zero capitation and no fees?
We are worried, and if you want to destroy a generation, is take chances with the education of that generation. I think the way the government is going is wrong.
And moving on is that National Assembly's Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education Chair Jack Wamboka is calling for sweeping reforms in the disbursement of government capitation funds to institutions of higher learning amid growing concern over financial instability in the sector.
We are not happy with the government. You cannot take kids to school and not send capitation. What do you want the Vice Chancellor to do? Schools have opened. I was told the other day, the minister told us he has sent some money to take care of about 8,000 students. I don't know if that money has come, the VC, capitation and help.
This even comes as the Education Principal Secretary Julius Bitok has attributed the delay in the disbursement of school capitation to a nationwide verification exercise aimed at selling loopholes in fund allocation. Speaking in Narok, the PS explained that the ministry took action following a damning report from the Auditor General that exposed funds were allocated to ghost schools. He noted that the verification exercise would require the schools to submit the students' details for the data cleanup exercise in a unique personal identifier form. The PS pointed out that the ministry had received funds from the National Treasury on Wednesday last week and immediately begun the verification process.
We have started embarking on verification of all the students and all the schools in the country. There's a team now working in Machakos, and they are doing a very thorough job to ensure that we verify the number of learners in each school, the school accounts, and everything for the purposes of capitation. And we expect the process to be completed by this Friday. And we expect capitation to be sent entirely, the 17 billion by next week. But in as far as the numbers are concerned, we have realized that there are very interesting results. We realized that about 1,000 schools have less than 10 students. And we have asked our county directors of education to engage the stakeholders. What do you think about these schools? How close are they to each other?
Will Governor Johnson Sakaja and the Nairobi MCAs reach an agreement within a month, as was agreed upon at his meeting with the representatives, and that was led by ODM leader Raila Odinga? This is undoubtedly the question that remains on the lips of many who follow Nairobi County politics, especially after the Nairobi ward representatives threatened to remove him from office. George Aladwa is the ODM chairman in Nairobi County.
Tumeongea na watu wamezungumza na MCAs wametoa mambo yao na yamesikizwa, na vile vile pia leadership wametoa mambo yao ikasikizwa. Kwa hivyo kwa kauli moja tumekubaliana kwamba hiyo impending impeachment yairishwe na itolewe.
Remember to enjoy the EPL matches on our radio stations, that is Radio Maisha, Berur, as well as SpiceFM. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is...
Statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers, or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
To use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
With the hard stuff, we must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Get ready for a non-stop adventure with Star Times. Join your favorite heroes and dive into a world of fun and excitement. Enjoy endless entertainment on top kids channels like ST Kids, Jim Jam, Toonami, Da Vinci, Baby TV, CBeebies, Boing, ST Tunes, and ST Kids Plus on your Star Times decoder. All this from as low as 329 shillings per month on aerial decoders with the Nyota package, or only as low as 549 shillings per month on dish decoders with the Nova package. Recharge your subscription for 2 months and get upgraded to the next high bouquet for free. Dial star 858 hash for self-service or call 0730-710077 for customer care. This holiday, adventure begins at home. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
A little sharing goes a long way with Safaricom.
Dad, thanks for helping me find those shoes on IG this morning. Your internet shopping skills are on point.
Of course. Maybe William say. And thanks for sending me that TikTok dance. Atim Nasabaga, it slapped me.
Aki, Dad, no one says that.
Mom, thanks for the call before the quiz. Who knew you'd be so good at remembering those dates?
Well, I do try. And thanks for sharing those hilarious memes on the family WhatsApp group. I needed the laugh. My day was going sideways.
And when they come home, the connection gets even better.
Guys, the show is starting. Are you guys ready?
Just a minute. Let me finish this online course.
Almost done with my game, Dad.
Just after I beat you.
It feels good to share with Safaricom Family Share from Safaricom Home. You can now enjoy a home fiber connection with a voice, data, and SMS plan that can be shared with up to 5 members of your family. Experience the convenience of paying for your home internet and mobile plan on one bill. And what's more, you get up to 20% off on your mobile connection with more value for you and your family. Dial star 400 hash or go to my Safaricom app to add Family Share to your Safaricom Home Fiber.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 13 minutes after 8 o'clock, and this is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. Getting into the start of Spice Baraza this morning. But before we do that, wealth protection, decision support, and portfolio management are some of the things that you need to be thinking about. You know what keeps people up at night? The idea that everything that you've worked for could actually be lost. That either through poor advice or market downturns, you then are concerned about wealth preservation and risk management. There are keys at the pillars of Standard Chartered Priority Banking. The expert teams don't just guide you, they protect your assets from market fluctuations, economic shocks, and unexpected risks. Add that to the specialized investment advice and portfolio management, and you've got a recipe for building sustainable long-term wealth. And for those overwhelmed by endless options, from real estate to international investments, you get expert help to optimize decision making. So it's not just about growing wealth, it's about growing it wisely and with clarity. Your path to protected and informed wealth starts with one email. It's wealth.ke@sc.com. This is your time. All right, and we're getting into a conversation this morning. Spice Baraza is here again this Wednesday. We're taking conversations out of the room, essentially bringing more conversation and bringing more people into the conversation in the room. And before we do that and get into talking with the folks who make up part of the Baraza this morning, also to welcome our guest who will guide this conversation with us to the room this morning. We're looking at the cost of living, we're looking at the economy, and we're looking at a growing economy and whether it is growing or shrinking wallets. Dr. David Kabata is an economist and he joins us in the room this morning. Dr. good morning.
Morning.
How are you doing?
I'm fine.
Karibu sana.
Yes.
Dennis Aseto is over here, but Dennis is going to share today's proverb as you welcome us to the show this morning. He'll share a proverb. It'll be interesting to hear what you would interpret that as.
Yeah, so our proverb today comes from Morocco, the country recently winners of Chan, so that is an additional part of history to them. But our proverb goes as times change and those who don't change die. How would you interpret that?
I think that is one of the most important proverbs, especially now. And I think I would look at it with what is happening right now, especially when it comes to innovation and technological development. that if we continue doing things the same way, then we are going to get the results that we were getting, and we are going to get the results we were getting in a situation where we need to get different results. That, I think, that is my thinking, and I would interpret it that way, especially when I look at what is happening in the technological world.
I think we'll also take an interpretation from part of the audience here. So I think I'll start with the lady. Just introduce yourself, and if you can interpret that proverb for us, just stand and give us the interpretation.
Okay, good morning. My name is Mary Mudhoni. Nimetoka, mimi ni mwanabiashara mdogo tu, lakini nimetoka mahali. Vile naweza sema ni kuwa economy yetu inaenda chini. The thing is, it is not okay at all. It is not okay. Kutoka mahali nimetoka from, nilianza mahali down, nilikuwa tu mwanasoko mdogo, nikaanza na kibada. Saa hii nimefika mahali nauza na wholesale. But I can tell you, naweza sema afadhali wakati nilikuwa kwa kibada sometimes back. Things are not working out well. Hatuko sawa.
Okay, we'll get into the conversation in a little bit, coming off of that proverb. And before we start to get an opportunity to talk to everybody, let's get an outlook from you, Dr. Kabata, in terms of what the economy looks like. We've been told the numbers. We have been told inflation is... now, sometimes you get confused. When inflation is up, we are not doing okay. When inflation is down, maybe we're doing a little bit better. But we've been told that inflation has come down quite some in Kenya, and that would then equate to the cost of living going down, or the situation in people's homes a lot better. Give us an outlook. We have been told from the Ministry of we've been told actually from the Treasury that economy is doing much better. The reserves are much higher. The President himself has said 10 billion shillings in reserves. It's good. It's a good thing. But what's the situation on the ground?
So thank you very much. I think when you look at our economy, if I look at the numbers, we have been told that the economy has been growing at about 5.3 to 5.6%. And I think one of the things that we need to understand, especially when you're talking about the economy, is to differentiate between economic growth and economic development. And I think that is where we go wrong, because when you talk about economic growth, we are talking about the increase of the output of the money that is being collected by the government, or what we are producing in the country. And I think that is what we have always been told, that the economy is growing. But that economic growth must translate to development. And I think that is where most of the African countries, Kenya being one of them, has a problem. Now, for the issue of the inflation, one of the questions that we need to ask ourselves is, why is it that the inflation is decreasing but the standard of living is very high? It is because that inflation decrease must be induced one, and it is induced by the central bank. And how does the central bank induce that inflation, low inflation? By mopping up all the money that is in the economy. And when they mop up all the money that is in economy, what happens? Me and you, we will not have anything in our pocket, but the inflation will be low because the demand of goods and services in the market is decreasing. And the decrease of the demand and services of the goods in the market is not because of anything else, but because we people do not have money in our pocket. I think that is why you see a situation where the inflation is decreasing, but people do not have money in the pocket because the government mopped all the money from the people's pocket, and therefore we have low consumption. We have low consumption in the economy, and therefore the inflation is decreasing, but the standard of living is still high, because also you have to look at the prices. When the inflation was decreasing, where are the prices? The prices were up.
So low inflation does not necessarily mean that the cost of goods will go down. Why?
Because, take an example, Uga was 100 shillings. The price went up to 200 shillings. And then it is stagnated there. So every month the inflation is calculated every month. So the changes in the prices of the unga will remain the same, but the price had already increased from 100 to 200, had doubled. So sometimes the inflation will go down, But if the prices of the commodities continue being very high because of other factors, like maybe the price of the most important, the imported goods like the petroleum products and all that, what is going to happen is that you'll have low inflation, but the prices, the standard of living will continue being high because the prices were already high when the inflation was decreasing, and the prices have remained the same. Yes.
Okay. So then looking into a situation where you want to understand this, because the people who crunch the numbers essentially have said, look, it is better. But the situation on the ground for many people is that you can't afford what you used to be able to afford. With 100 shillings today, it is incomparable what you can do with what you were able to do maybe a year ago with 100 shillings. What is it that creates that situation whereby I have 100 shillings today? It has not changed in the amount, but it has changed in value. What causes that?
I think we need to first of all understand what is inflation, and we can actually define it as persistent increase in the prices of commodity as the shilling or the currency loses value. So the currency is losing value, and that is why what you could have afforded with 1,000 shillings 1 year ago, you cannot be able to afford it now because the inflation is high. And also, the products of the most essential goods in the market have increased. Look at the price of a petroleum product. It has always been increasing in this country. Look at its impact in the economy. It is very high because it is actually the driver of the economy when it comes to the construction, to transport and all these other areas. And therefore, if we have a situation where we have an induced inflation, decrease in inflation, where the government is trying to mop up money, you know, one way in which you can reduce the circulation of money in the economy when it is very high is by the government selling treasury bills or borrowing from me and you. And if you look at what is happening right now, the government actually is borrowing a lot of money from the domestic market, me and you. When you talk about the domestic market, we are talking about me and you. In fact, I remember one of your newspaper was saying that even the individuals, me and you, are borrowing more than, are actually lending money to the bank more than, to the government more than the bank. Why? Because that is the only way we people can be able to make money that is left for us. And that is why you see everybody is trying as much as possible to take money to the government. So when we take all the money to the government, what happens to the business down here, the investment, our investment down here? It means that there is nothing else that is going to be going on because we have taken all money there. Just remember the other day we had 212 billion infrastructure board. We had 212 billion taken to the infrastructure board, and actually the government was not even able to absorb everything. 212 billion is being removed from the economy and being given to the government, and now the question is the government going to bring back that money through the infrastructures or the project development? If it does not do that, then the economy remains without money because the government is holding the money, and therefore the common mwananchi cannot be able to do anything because they do not have the money.
Let's talk numbers, and allow me before we now move to hear now sentiments from the real people on the ground, because these numbers are supposed to be about the people, but they're separate from the people. There's a conversation around the GDP, and one of the indicators the Treasury CS has highlighted, he highlighted that we have 4.9% GDP growth. This was in the first quarter of this year, 2025. Compared with 4.7% in the same period last year. So that's an improvement. So the projection then overall growth is 5.3% in 2025. Now, as glossy as these numbers appear on paper, there's a major challenge. The challenge here has been how to translate then this conversation of macroeconomics GDP numbers into real life impact at the micro level, where at least most Kenyans struggle daily to make ends meet. Kithure Kindiki, in a church on Sunday, he spoke about the situation of the economy, and was speaking to the congregants, and he said that the stronger shilling that we have currently is an indicator and proves the economy is improving and that more Kenyans can afford basic commodities. The question is this the reality? Are Kenyans affording more commodities because the shilling is stronger? And I guess that's the question.
That's the question that we then get to, because like you said, when you talk about the numbers, it's all about the people. Are the people able to afford commodities and services in the country? And here we have the people who deal in this sector on a daily basis. They would tell you, as compared to, say, 2022, as they were getting in, as compared to 2022, and now, is the situation any better? Is it worse? I would go with you, sir. Introduce yourself.
Good morning. I'm Matindi, Jeremiah. A former border and I'm a businessman running a kiosk. When I compare the year of 2022 and now, you know, things have not been the same. As we say, time is money. We see in our lifetime that we are still, I personally am still struggling, because I see the way the shilling was in the year 2022 and now for about a period of 2 or 3 years we are in 2025. I can say I could have returned back to 2022, but now we see we are going ahead, which means on my side things are becoming more worse, because the bills I used to do or to pay or to meet on 2022, right now I cannot do it. I've tried to avoid some certain things in life so that to reduce what I was doing in 2022. Now I dropped now the shop I'm running, because I started it in 2022. There are some certain commodities I've decided not to put them in my kiosk at Abahi there, because even people, they don't want to buy it. They are running away from it. If I tell them this is the price that I'm supposed to sell, they are running away from it and they are saying, no, let me better use this one rather than this.
What are those commodities?
Now you know, when you have a kiosk, you sell everything. You know it's a shop. I used to sell the bread. I used to sell the commodities that are basic. Then I found out that someone will say, I'd rather save 3 shillings going to a certain supermarket than to buy to your kiosk. And I will ask that person, so I have used the fuel to transport that bread or to transport that soda. What about the 3 different shillings is what I'm getting as my profit? But for them, they will say, why do I buy rather than going to the supermarket? So I lose some certain commodities to my shop because of some 3 shillings that was my profit. So I decided to quit that.
All right, so let's
let it go.
Okay, let's hear from anyone else in terms of how business is. You can just give us the microphone. Introduce yourself and tell us how the situation is. What differences have you seen in your show? You're free to speak in English or Swahili, so don't struggle. Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Dennis and Okoh. I'm so happy and glad to see all of you this morning. My name is Pastor Mercy Promise Ngota. I'm an activist and I'm a business person. And at the same time, you heard me say my title as a pastor. So I wish to concur with him, but in this kind of way, that what has basically happened in our economy, the price of the basic commodities, there are some of them that they have reduced, But at the same time, there are others that have been increased. For example, the price of unga today is quite different from the way it was in 2022. In 2022, the price of unga was quite high.
What was the price in 2022?
In 2023, it was around 230
for 2 kilograms.
For 2 kilograms of unga. So over the past 2 years, what they have done is that they have brought a little bit of reduction. So when you go to the shop, you get it at around 150 shillings. And sometimes you can even get it lower. But there are other products that are essential, like electricity. All of us use it now. Electricity is now a necessity. It's not like those other days that it used to be like a product of leisure. Right now it's a necessity. So electricity, the prices of consumption has really gone high. So what happens is that there are some products that the prices go low and then others go up. So the common mwananchi, you think that this government cares or these people care about us, they have reduced this, but others are still high. And when it comes to the GDP, what he was talking about, what I can say, according to me, our current economic space has not really allowed, or the political goodwill has not really permitted steady growth of the GDP. Because how will it grow if the industries that we used to have not been revived? Like, for example, the textile industries that used to create job, they used to attract investors and things like that, they are no longer there. So if they are no longer as strong as they used to be there before, how can we basically talk about growth in GDP? So I think we need to come to a level of speaking the reality of what is happening in the ground and in the political sector, the governance sector. We come to a realization that things are not really going as they are supposed to be going. And the moment we come to that realization, have good political will, good governance will, I think once we are at that level, we'll be able to talk about the GDP growth that Okari has just mentioned. But for me, I can't really say that we have that growth.
I think I'll take it back to Ndu or...
I think it would be interesting to hear from a couple more folks. Okay. Let's look at what has been happening when we talk about maybe certain interventions that have been made. Have we seen the price of things, goods, services for you in business at whatever level increase or decrease over time?
Okay, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Alex Mutuku. I'm at Boda Boda from Adriva, sub-county, Machakos, and also a business person. The economy is really doing bad down there because if you look, for example, at the Boda Boda industry, some of the Boda Bodas now prefer the electric motorbikes. I can see the electric motorbikes they are getting more and more in the market because people are running away from the fuel. The fuel is becoming very expensive for the people in business, and that's one indication that the economy is not well. Recently, we have the motorbike which is going for 95,000, and if you pay per day, you are going to pay for 180. And so many riders are really going for that motorbike because maybe they are not getting enough. By the end of the day, they will not get enough money to fuel their motorbikes and also provide for their families.
I just wanted to hold you on that. As we compare before on your motorbike, right?
Yeah.
So if you look at the numbers of your customers, the people that you ferry every day, how is it? Are you ferrying more or less today? And if you're ferrying whichever the case, what is the driving factor? Why are either more people on board or few people on board? What do they tell you? Because I know these stories, you have them.
Okay, for our customers, we don't have a lot of customers nowadays. For those who are maybe traveling for short distance, they prefer maybe walking. You only get maybe in an emergency or somebody who is traveling in a a long distance.
On borders?
Yes.
Okay, let's look at it from a daily basis. How much would you make on a normal day if everything was okay, as you had said? What are we talking about?
When I started business, border business, like 10 years ago, I used to make 3,000 in a day.
After fueling and everything?
Yes, after fueling and everything. But nowadays, even making 1,000 shillings is so difficult.
And why is this? Less people are using this form of transport, or people don't have money, they're walking, or what do you see has happened, even if not 10 years ago, but 5 years ago until today? What do you see has happened?
What happened? So many people were ventured to the business, and because maybe there is no any other opportunity for the youths, so many youths are joining the border business. That's why there's a lot of competition, and the business is down. And also, at the moment, we don't have the money. We don't have money in the pocket, so nobody will be. A certain population is not able to afford the motorbike transport. Yeah.
Okay, some more.
Okay, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Amai Asborn, the chairman of Bodaboda Embakasi East, and I'm happy to be here. So if I may start with, there is a proverb that says, a thief knows how to steal, but he doesn't know how to return. And I believe it's very true. And a thief knows how to steal, but he doesn't know how to return. If I compare 2022 and now, the economy, it has growth, but it does not have development. Development in it does not have, but the growth is there. The growth is like what we saw the other time. The president is giving the Harambee Stars 2.5 million, and he does not empower those clubs so that every player can enjoy, even if he's in Lodwama, Kokule, Marsabit, Wajir. So you find them, they are doing that, but there is no development. When I say that, I'm trying to say that what my fellow has just said, the problem of the economy that we are having, or the people that are running, is that most of them, they do things, but they try to use another way of cover. For instance, the flour that we are using back in those days, it is not the flour that we are using right now. Jana, after the past 1 year, I don't know if it affects you guys. It affects me very much. If I buy 2 kg, I could cook 2 days or 3 days. But the 2 kg of now, because it's now trying to cover something, you take it in water, ni inaisha yote.
So shida ni unga.
Sasa shida ni wakati quality hakuna. Sasa hata hiyo 2 kg ulikuwa unakula mara mbili, sasa hizi juu wanachukua maplastic wanasiaga tu white, wanaleta tunapika. I don't know. It is not adding anywhere kabisa. Let me come to my sector of boda. We started very well. Boda, the first boda I bought back in 2011, it was around 80,000, and it has quality. Wakina kampuni fulani Jincheng, wakina nini, they had quality, hata zilikuwa na nguvu. Sasa wakati imekuja, it came, it picked, ikaenda. Saa hii unaona tunaletewa kitu ingine hapa, unaambiwa 95,000. Mimi mwenyewe niko na 80 kg. Hiyo kitu inabeba 70 kg. Mimi nikikaa, my sisters nani akalie, akaezi enda. So is this person empowering me or is killing me? Lazima we have to reason out. Si ndio? Kitu unakuambiwa it is carrying 70 kgs. Mimi personally I'm 80.
Na hiyo hujabeba client.
Sijabeba client wangu ndio huyu. Sasa tuseme ni huyu Masi huyu ako 105. Hiyo kitu inaenda ama nini? Lakini ile nilikuwa nayo it was 80,000, lakini ningebeba Masi wawili and I move.
So issue kwako ni quality.
So issue one ni yani walitunyang'anya. Sasa wanajaribu kufunika in a way that wanajaribu ku cover up, but it is not working.
So
there
leo
is no development complete.
So leo bado unaendesha bodaboda?
I'm still riding my bodaboda. That's why hata nimekuja hata iko huko chini.
Unatengeneza pesa ngapi in a day?
Hakuna pesa.
Every day there's nothing that you get?
Completely hakuna, because I'm using the fuel one and also I have the electric one. So here comes the problem. The fuel one, sai mafuta, it is over 180. Tindio? Petrol. Hii pikipiki in a kilometer, in 1 kilometer, I spend, in 70 kilometers, I'm supposed to spend like 1 liter. Na hii 1 liter, for example, nimebeba mtu hapa mpaka town, nitarudi bure.
So how much does it take to fill your tank?
Ndio ijae. Saa hii inaenda karibu 1000, sijui ni 4 ama ni 3.
4,000.
During those time, it was 1500. Tank imejaa. So you find us, we are struggling in this ministry, in this industry, kwa sababu watu kama huyu ndugu yangu mwenye amekaa hapa, they are failing to translate the constitution perhaps to the leaders that we trust up there, because wangewa translate hii constitution, because Kenya is being ruled by a rule of law. It's a constitutional country. So if they could have translated to them very well, hatungekuwa tuna struggle hii, because people that are doing to their interest. Ukiangalia kama hii pikipiki kameletwa juzi, it is somebody's business. It is not even come to help riders. It is somebody's business. Look at what during the safety belt, it was not an initiative of the government. It was somebody's business. Angalia hii vitu zinakuja. So most of the things that are coming, they are not coming to help somebody. It is coming for that mtu anufaike hapo.
Okay.
But we want something that can accommodate all of us.
We're going to
make the economy grow, develop.
Okay, we're going to come and get a little some more insights from you. We'll take a break at this point. Spice Baraza this morning, we're looking at the state of the economy and whether we're looking at the rising cost of living or whether things have remained the way they have been. Certain things have been done to try and force a situation where things get better. We'll get a little bit of understanding, a little bit more from Daktari when we come back from this break. Spice Baraza this morning at 18 minutes to 9 o'clock. It continues after this break.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start.
Get ready for non-stop adventure with Star Times. Join your favorite heroes and dive into a world of fun and excitement. Enjoy endless entertainment on top kids channels like ST Kids, Jim Jam, Toonami, Da Vinci, Baby TV, CBeebies, Boeing, ST Tunes, and ST Kids Plus on your Star Times decoder. All this from as low as 329 shillings per month on aerial decoders with the Nyota package, or only as low as 549 shillings per month on dish decoders with the Nova package. Recharge your subscription for 2 months and get upgraded to the next high bouquet for free. Dial *858# for self-service or call 0730-710077 for customer care. This holiday, adventure begins at home. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord. It shouldn't be like that.
I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 8:45, and we continue with conversations this morning on Spice Baraza. And as we do, we're looking into issues around, the economy and the state of things. Well, Dr. Kabata is the economist who is here with us this morning, and we're looking at some of these issues, asking questions. And this is interesting. He said, translate this thing for us to then be able to understand. There are certain things that we have been told, Dr. Kabata, that interest rates have gone down. The dollar to the shilling, which is pegged to development, especially in this neck of the woods, in this part of the world, that we look at how the shilling compares to foreign currency, in this case, the dollar. The cost of, the interest rates have gone down. The dollar at almost 160 shillings just 2 years ago is now at 128 shillings to the dollar. And that would translate that the economy is getting stronger in broad terms. But what does it mean when that I buy fuel for almost 3 times, or rather when I buy fuel almost 9 shillings more than what I used to buy it 6 months ago, or that I buy food items for 100 shillings more? How does it make sense for me to understand? When they say it's doing better, how do I understand what those numbers mean down where I'm purchasing things for 1,500 bob?
So I think I've also listened to them, and I actually understand why they are talking the way they are talking. First of all, I think Dennis talked about the sectors. I can see the sectors that have driven the economic growth. And if you look at those sectors, they're actually the ones that are doing very well. Is there any sector that has a positive impact to these people directly? It is only agriculture. And if you look at the growth in the agriculture, is very minimal. And therefore, the first question that we need to ask, what is driving this economic growth? Is it something that is touching on the small mwananchi?
And actually, Secretary, and speaking of agriculture, there are many who have been giving this sentiment that, look, it's not necessarily that it's the government that brought down the cost of unga. There was a period you had drought in this country. Then we started having now rains. Yes. So because mvua imenyesha mingi sana, mahindi iko kwa shamba. So it's not necessarily that there's an extra incentive to bring the cost of flour. I mean, I stand to be corrected, but that's another argument, that it's not necessarily that it's the cost of they brought down the cost because of anything else, but also because there's a surplus from the farms.
Yes. That would actually have an impact in agriculture. The good weather condition. In fact, we have had one of the best weather conditions in the last 3 years, and in fact, that is why we are actually having one of the reasons why we have low inflation. Because one of the things that we also need to understand is that the inflation in this country, or the increase in the prices, when I talk about inflation, I'm talking about the persistent increase in the prices of the commodity, is actually driven more by drought. When we have drought, what usually happens is that the prices of the common products, zenye mnatoa masukuma wiki,
the ones that need rain.
Yes, the ones that need rain, zina increase sana. And therefore, when we have good rain, what usually happens is that drought-driven inflation is actually subsidized. Now the challenge is, we have brought down the drought-driven inflation. But look at the import-driven inflation. Import-driven inflation ndio hiyo mnaongea kuhusu mafuta. Kwa sababu mafuta hatutoi hapa, tunatoa nje, si ndio? Kwa hivyo ikikuja na bei ya juu ni kumaanisha prices za kila kitu zitakuwa juu. And that is why we call it imported inflation. So if you look at some of these sectors, financial sector, insurance sector, then you look at mining sector, the ones that are actually driving this growth. Nyinyi watu muko huko. So if it does, whatever is expanding is not touching the common mwananchi, that is where we have to say that the economy is growing, but we have a problem when it comes to translating this economy to development. Because you see, and that is the biggest challenge, we are collecting money, but are we putting it in areas that can actually be able to help you? I'll give you an example. Do you know when the health cover is not working, it has a big impact on you? Why? Because if the cover was working, ile pesa kidogo unajiwekea matibabu ya mtoto na watu wale wengine ungepeleka kwa investment. Lakini sasa kwa sababu haifanyi kazi, ukitumia pesa yako lazima ubakishe 15,000 ama 20. In case ukuwe na emergency, utaweza kufanya nini? Kudeal nayo. That is how some of these things translates to the common mwananchi indirectly, but we do not see. Masomo imeongezewa. What happens? Huyu mzee anakuta familia ilikuwa inakula mkate, imeachana na mkate kwa sababu lazima sasa wa translate hiyo pesa kutoka kwa mkate wapeleke shule. So that alone touches the common mwananchi, and that is why you see these people are complaining. Everybody is complaining in the country because the small top gaps that the government had put for us waliodoa. Walipoodoa sisi mishahara yetu zimebaki ile ile ya kawaida. Our salaries are just the same, si ndio? Lakini matumizi yetu ime-increase. Alafu wale wanafanya kazi, taxes zika-increase. So what do you do when taxes increases? In economics we say human beings are rational people. And what we mean by rational people ni eti watafanya vitu depending on how the situation is. Is that okay? So when the prices, when the taxes and disposable income, ama ile income yenye ulikuwa nayo ina decrease, what happens? Na wewe unaamua mkate sitakuwa nikikula. Boda boda nitanunua pesa kidogo ama nitaweka nitaacha kubebwa na boda boda penye nilikuwa nalipa 150, at least inatembea. So that translates to you people, and that is where you see things up.
Doctor, you see, when you break it down like that in terms of the economy, we look at education, parents here taking kids to school. You talk, you also speak in terms of healthcare. So here we have the share conversation that is happening. But then again, there is also the fact that we are paying house rent. You know, we are moving from point A to point B. We are bringing goods to our shops for us to be able to do business. But let's just hear how the things you mentioned have affected the Kenyans here. Because you see, the president would come and say, or even an economist in government would say, the economy has improved. But has the common mwananchi felt that improvement?
Yeah, I think we have a bit of a problem hearing you, Dennis. So I think we're going to work on that in just a minute. So then coming to folks in the audience, just hearing how the economy has affected, how life has been over the. I mean, maybe you can go ahead and answer that question, Prof, as we try to sort out this.
So. Another thing that you also need to understand, he also talked about, I've actually explained to you why people are not coming to, are actually going to do away with some of the things that you are selling in your shop, because anything luxury, when the standard of living increases, what usually happens is that human beings do away with what they can actually, or what is not necessary to them. And that is why you see, ukiangalia December kwa supermarket, there are very few supermarket had put their fridges and all these other things that they put outside there. Why? Because that is a luxury to Kenyans. When the price, when the economy is not doing well, bona ninunue TV ya 20,000 na ama 40,000. So it is even affecting the companies that are actually the manufacturers that we are talking about. So it goes back to the manufacturers because these people do not have money, and that is why we are saying that for us to be able to help these people and to take this economy back to where it is, one, the government must stop borrowing from the domestic market, kwa sababu hata reduce interest rates na bank inajua huyu mtu nikimpatia 20,000 hataweza kulipa kwa sababu economy haifanyi vizuri. Pesa watapeleka wapi? Watapeleka kwa hizo treasury bills zenye ziko low, kwa sababu that money is more safer than giving somebody who cannot be able to run the business. So the government must stop borrowing in the domestic market. Taxes, the minute you increase taxes or you bring in taxes in the people's income, what happens? You reduce the disposable income. Watu wanaacha kuconsume, watu wanaanza kukula basic needs, ana kanyumba kakuishi, analipa school fees na vitu kama hizo. And that is why you see, if you look at that Kenya National Bureau of Statistics figures, even the amount of cement that was sold last year decreased kwa sababu watu waliacha kufanya nini? Kujenga manyumba. It is a luxury to them. So that is what happens. So if you do not put money in people's pocket, there is no consumption. If there is no consumption, there is no investment.
Yeah. Back to you, Aseto.
You remember some pesa mfukoni.
Yes.
So that's pretty much where it's at. As business, as entrepreneurs here doing businesses, how has it been for them? Let's just hear if at all what the government says is translated to them.
Okay. Once again, naitwa Njeri. Mimi ile kitu naweza sema, kama kuna njia inaweza patikana ya kusaidia kama sisi watu wa chini. Mimi nauzanga kitunguu na wholesale. Nilianza kwa kibada na nikawaelezea hapo hata afadhali wakati nilikonga kwa kibada sometimes back. Saa hii nimekuwa biashara ilikuwa mzuri, juu nilikuwa nachukua kitunguu yangu napelekea mama soko pale, namuuzia kama neti moja. Nikimuuzia neti moja ananilipa cash, tunamalizana. Ilifika mahali hakuna pesa kabisa, na mimi nimekopa pesa yangu, nimeleta mzigo kwa soko, kwa store. So tuka negotiate, we negotiate na customer wangu, tutafanya aje? Nipatie mzigo, at least nauza nampea siku 2. But acha nikuambia, ilifika mahali hii biashara ikakuwa baya. Kwa nini? Ameuza 500. Vile ameuza 500, anashindwa hii 500 niko na watoto 4 kwa nyumba. Ni unga, ni maji, ni nini, juu kila kitu ni kulipa. So unapata by the time amalize kuuza ile kitunguu, hana stock na hajanilipa. So huyu mama atafanya nini? Juu hataki nimkibize sana, anakibia kwa hiyo Shylock iko hapo. Juu hata microfinance haja qualify. Kuna Shylock zinakukibia, zinazunguka tu, kuna vibada mingi za pesa. Bora aone nyumba yako iko na ka TV na uko na ka stock kidogo. Anafanya nini? Anakuja anakopa pale. Na juu ile pesa yenye nilimuuzia kitunguu hata hakuweza kusave hata shilingi 1 ndio alipe rent. Hii 10,000 amepewa na Shylock, 5,000 anakibiza kwa rent. 5,000 anakuja ananipea kidogo. Nami juu mzigo yangu imekuwa mapale na shida nitafanya nini? So unapata hata saa zingine nilinunua kitunguu na 50 shillings mpaka kwa soko, nikifanya expenses inakuja 55, na unapata hata nauza na hiyo 55. Kwa nini? Sina market kabisa. Juu yani sina mtu wa kuuzia kabisa. So yule mama tena tunakuja tuna negotiate, naona ni kama atanisaidia bado. Juu amepata pesa kidogo. Acha nimpe mzigo tena. Kumpatia mzigo tena anauza, lakini siku ya 3 ya 4 tumesimama hapa tukiwa watu wangapi? Tuko na mtu wa Shylock, juu hajaweza kulipa Shylock na niko hapo. So hata pale tusipoangaliwa sana, wale wa mama sijui ni akina nani watafauti next.
So
watu watakuwa depressed.
So mama wengi wanauza hapo kuna loans
na unapata hata Shylock si moja. Juu sasa inafika mahali sasa hii moja si imemkalia sana. Hajui, unajua yule hajui kama kuna mwingine, anakibia kwa mwingine. So atuliza huyu na 3,000, atuliza Modhoni na 2,000, alafu shule nayo ni aje? Watoto ndio hao wamekaa hapo. Unaona? So unapata huyu mtu sasa amejaa kwa loans. Kwa nini mimi juu pesa yangu imeenda sana na mama soko, imeenda na yule mwingine, hata mimi unapata bado nakuwa affected. Juu ile loan yangu nimeshindwa kulipa vizuri. Aya, nitabidi nitafute pahali pengine, kazi ndio hiyo. Kama saa hii tumekuwa tukiendea kitunguu TZ. Saa hii for the last 1 month kitunguu ilikuwa around 60
what?
60 per kg.
60 shillings per kg.
Per kg.
Hiyo ni kununua.
Yeah. Saa hii inafika na 100. Juu shilingi yetu kule tunaambiwa inashuka. Kitu kama hiyo inashuka. Sisi hatuendagi, lakini kuna wale unatuma. Nini shilingi yetu inaitangwa aje currency. Wakibadilisha pale yetu ina lose value.
Exchange rate.
Lose kila siku.
So hiyo 60 ni kununua, hujahesabu transport.
Nimehesabu sasa kila kitu. Saa hii inafika na 100. Niambie sasa huyu mwenye nilikuwa napea kitunguu na 60 within 3 weeks alikuwa anashindwa kulipa hiyo.
Aya, saa hii nimefikishiwa na 100, itabidi nimuuzie na 110. Aya, nikimuuzia na 110, hiyo atanunua kitunguu inatoshana aje? Sasa
so faida yako kwa hiyo 110 ni shilingi 10.
Ni shilingi 10. Na sasa nikiweka tax, kajo hapo ndio hao wamesimama hapo, gari ikiingia tu hivi, ile pesa ukiangalia unaona nikifanya hesabu na nichukue tu 10,000 nilipe shule, pesa yangu ya capital imeingiwa.
Okay, I want to take a break. We're coming to the top of the hour. Tutangaliana hizi vitu sana tukirudi. Okay, it's important for us to hear from different people. We're going to come back to this story and then just really look at the details. And these loans that people are taking, we're not talking about 100,000 shilling loans. 1,300, 1,400, 1,500. That's what people are taking. This is the Spice Baraza. We're looking at the cost of living and looking at the state of the economy. We'll come back from this break and we'll continue with that conversation at 9:01.
94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga. The family of former Kilifi County Assembly Speaker Teddy Mwambire has accused the government of failing to protect Kenyans living abroad following the death and unauthorized burial of their relative Jessica Zero in Saudi Arabia. Led by Mwambire, the family is urging the Kenyan government and the Saudi embassy to intervene, have the body exhumed and facilitate its return for burial at home in Sokoke ward.
Tunarai serikali yetu ya Kenya. Ni juzi tu waliposema kwamba wamejaribu kufanya ukarabati sheria ambazo zinapatia mwelekeo watu wetu ama wa Kenya wanaenda kufanya kazi kule nje. Sasa hii tunaona mtu ambaye alienda kufanya kazi kupitia njia ambayo ni ya sawasawa, alifuata sheria mpaka mwisho kwenda kufanya kazi kule Saudi Arabia, na shangaa inakuaje alikufa na akazikwa pasipo na ule ubalozi kule Saudi Arabia kufahamishwa, na familia pia haikufahamishwa. Na nchi yetu ya Kenya imetulia ikisema kwamba kuna uhusiano mwema. Ni uhusiano mwema wa aina gani? Kwa sababu inasemekana eti kuna idhini ambayo ilitolewa na askari wa Saudi Arabia kwamba wazike ile mili, ikiwapo mwili mmoja ni wa Jessica Kashutu Zero.
The Integrated Center for Peace and Security has taken up the case with its director Alex Mwanza, revealing that 5 other Kenyans have also been buried in Saudi Arabia without their families' consent.
Tunaiomba serikali kupitia kwa rais wetu wa Jamhuri ya Kenya aingilie kati kwa haraka inavyowezekana, aongee na taifa la nchi ya Saudi Arabia kupitia kwa balozi wetu wa nchi yetu ya Kenya. Jessica, ikiwa ni kweli ripoti niliyoipewa ofisi ya diaspora Nairobi ya kwamba amezikwa, jamii inahitaji Jessica arudi ajastiriwe nyumbani. Na cha kusikitisha ni kwamba the same office ya diaspora ndio iliniambia mbali na Jessica kuna Wakenya wengine 5 wenye ambao walizikwa pamoja na Jessica, familia ya Jessica na hata pia familia za wale Wakenya wengine. Tunaomba Wakenya wafukuliwe ili warudishwe wapi? Kenya.
World Vision, in collaboration with Child Protection Departments, has revealed that North Pokot Sub-County records the highest rate of early child marriages at 76%. Program Coordinator Tezesha Chepto emphasized the need for cross-border collaboration between West Pokot County and neighboring Uganda to tackle the issue.
Tuko hapa pamoja na police, pamoja na judiciary, pamoja na Department of Children Services na wale wote ambao wanahusika na mambo ya watoto katika kaunti yetu. Tunaamini kwamba kama shirika, kila mtu akiweza kufanya kazi yake vile inahitajika katika sheria, watoto wa Pokot ama watoto ambao wanaishi eneo hili la Pokot wataweza kupata haki yao kikamilifu.
Stakeholders in the county have also joined efforts to safeguard children's rights and end harmful practices.
Kwa hivyo sisi tukikusanyika hapa na tukiweza kufanya kazi pamoja kama mashirika, shida kama hizo zitaweza kutatulika. Mikakati ambazo tumeweka ili kuhakikisha watoto wetu hawawezi kuvuka boda kuelekea Uganda na kuchunga ng'ombe, kwamba tumefanya kazi na serikali ya Uganda pia. Tunafanya mikutano pamoja na washikadau wa eneo hilo, na katika mikutano yetu tunazungumza kuhusu issues kama hizo.
And in the international scene, President Donald Trump says the U.S. has carried out a strike against a drug-carrying vessel in the southern Caribbean, killing 11 narco-terrorists. He posted on social media that Tuesday's U.S. military operation had targeted members of the Venezuelan gang that is known as Tren de Aragua. Trump said the vessel was in international waters and was transporting illegal narcotics bound for the U.S. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga.
94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Spice Baraza continues at 6 minutes after 9 o'clock. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. And I want to remind you, even as we're doing that as you're preparing for school and education and university education, the Cradle Study Abroad Fair takes place on the 8th, 10th and 13th of September in Mombasa, Eldoret and Nairobi. You want to register on www.cradle.com. Call 0799 0799004 and get all the information that you need for that program. It's taking place. You register on www.cradle.com. Get an invite because though it is free, we need to invite you to that. Find out all you need to know about getting to the university of your choice. Back here in the Baraza, we are, asking questions and trying to figure things out in terms of the economy and looking at the cost of living. And our guest in the studio, Mary, just before we went to the break, was telling us that, alikuwa ananunua kitunguu na 60 shillings, sasa ananunua na 100. Lakini unanunua kitunguu kutoka Tanzania. Hakuna kitunguu Kenya, kwa nini unanunua kitunguu za Tanzania?
Shida ni moja, kitunguu ya Kenya kulingana na wakulima venye wanalima, hawalimi vitu quality. Alafu sijui ni fertilizer, according to venye tumekuwa tukiongea nao, wanasema sijui waliletoa fertilizer baya, kuna dawa baya walipiga juu. Sometime back kuna kitunguu niliendea Narok, wakati kitunguu ilikuwa imelesa sana hata TZ, juu TZ inakuanga season. Kuendea Narok, kitunguu nikivuna kwa shamba ilikuwa tu sawa, juu nimekuwa nikiuza. But by the time nifike hapa, nikaiweka kwa store for 2 days. Juu nilifika ikiwa Saturday lazima ningeenda church. Monday nikikuja kitunguu ilikuwa imeanza kutoa maji. So hiyo kitunguu 3/4 hiyo kitunguu ni kutupa, nilitupa. Kwa nini? Ililipuka yote. So unaona, kuliko upoteze pesa yako, afadhali uende ile kitunguu mzuri. Alafu another thing, customer hata mwenyewe akikuuliza, anakuuliza uko na kitunguu gani? Uko na TZ ama uko na gani? Ukimwambia ni loko, anasema hapana, sitaki loko. Juu one thing, loko hawalimi vizuri. Juu ukichunguza pia wao, mtu alinunua, aliuza ng'ombe ndio apate begu. So ile begu, na juu hana pesa ya kutosha, juu ile begu mzuri ni expensive. Unaona, aliuza ng'ombe, so alinunua ile begu aliweza kununua. Tena analilai na kukopeshwa fertilizer ndio aendelee. So akihitaji dawa hapo katikati na hana pesa, atafanya nini? Atatumia shortcut. So ile kitu haitakuwa venye inafaa. So nikinunua inaniletea shida. Ndio maana mimi huwa na prefer wacha ninunue ile hata kama iko juu, ndio at least nisipoteze side zote.
Okay. They're saying that the onions ni bomb, no kitunguu inalipuka. But that was starting.
No, natoa machozi.
But you see here now we're talking about a fertilizer conversation that is there, right? We know the government subsidies the fertilizer. But that notwithstanding, have we enabled farmers to be able to buy good quality seeds? That's another conversation that is there. But that notwithstanding, there is also access to credit, because farmers need money to buy these things. And the government, when coming in, introduced us to Hustler Fund. I just ask, nani hapa umetumia Hustler Fund? Umetumia Hustler Fund. So if the question of Hustler Fund is there, why are we seeing farmers and entrepreneurs going for Shylocks and not Hustler Fund?
Thank you.
Just stand.
First, my name is Eli Kegode, aka Super Chairman. Mimi ndio mwanzilishi wa SACCO inaitwa Kenya Riders and Owners Bodaboda SACCO. Nataka kujibu swali la mwenzangu hapa. Through Hustler Fund, vile iliingia, naweza sema ilikuwa kitu yenye ingesaidia wa Kenya as jumla. Lakini ulipata wale wenye walikuwa kwa opposition waliambia watu wao, chukua usirudishe. Na unajua hii Kenya ukishaambiwa na mkubwa wako mwenye unaamini uwezi kufanya namna gani uwezi rudisha. So unapata watu vile walichukua hiyo loan, kuna wale wenye walichukua wakirudisha, najua limit zao zinaenda anga zikigrow, lakini kuna mtu mwenye alichukua day one vile alichukua hivyo, hiyo ndio ilikuwa mwisho wake. Bado serikali inamdai, na tulisikia juzi Oparanya akisema atakuwa anaenda door to door, hatujui atakuja siku gani, ama kitu yenye serikali inaweza kufanya wawevu hiyo kitu kwanza, ndio tuangalie maisha vile inaanza tena upya.
Lakini hiyo pesa ya Hustler Fund mara ya kwanza mlichukua ndio ifanye nini? Hiyo pesa iwasaidia aje?
Hustler Fund ikikuja, unajua waliweka limit kidogo sana. Unapata watu wengi wale wenye wajiwezi walikuwa wanachukua kitu kama 500. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa limit zile za chini. Ukibahatika upate 2,000, 3,000 hivyo. Na ule mkulima mkubwa, yani mwenye ako mdozi, mwenye M-Pesa yake inalia kila siku, unapata limit yake ilikuwa inaenda mpaka up to 50 huko. So hatujui criteria yenye walitumia, lakini mimi mawazo yangu ilikuwa hiyo Hustler Fund hawangeidishi hivyo vile waliweka kila mtu aichukue hivyo. Wangeangalia organized SACCOs. Kitu ya kwanza sisi kama wana bodaboda wangeangalia kwanza. Nashukuru president tukiwa pale KICC alituita mara ya kwanza akasema go and form SACCO. Tuliform SACCOs. Since that day amefanya nini? Hustler alileta, alipea watu. Instead aseme watu wa form SACCOs, mama mboga form SACCO, mtu wa bodaboda na wakulima wa form SACCOs. Whereby hii pesa ya Hustler Fund angekuwa anaweka pale kwa SACCOs, zina rotate na zinarudishwa. Lakini sasa unapea mtu ujue ametoka wapi, ako side gani, utampata siku gani.
Swali ni SACCO yako ilipata Hustler Fund?
Haijawahi pata, hiyo ni ukora. Haijawahi pata. So kitu yenye iko wa restructure hiyo Hustler Fund ilikuwa ni mfumo mzuri. Tukirudi nimeona mmeongea mambo ya mbolea. Hata mimi pale nilikuwa nimekaa hapa nyuma nilikuwa nacheka tu. Hata mimi ni mwana boda boda, lakini tena huwa analima huko nyumbani. So unapata kitu ya kwanza napongeza rais bila leta subsidize
fertilizer,
because ukiangalia hapo 2022 tulikuwa tunanunua unga shilingi 230 ile wakati wa Uhuru Kenyatta. Akakuja akileta kitu mzuri, opposition ilitoka wakaweka sufuria kwa kichwa. Mr. President Ruth akasema mtatoa hiyo kichwa sufuria kwa kichwa, tuende kwa shamba. Sufuria ukiweka kwa kichwa italeta chakula, lazima uende kwa shamba mlime
ndio uweke chakula kwa sufuria,
ndio chakula ikuje kwa sufuria. I liked that one because tulikuwa tuna misleadiwa na opposition, naweza sema hivyo. Vile wale watu wenye walisikia hiyo wakati wakaenda kwa shamba, ikiwemo mimi mmoja wao, nikachukua ile mbolea mara ya kwanza ya Uhuru tulikuwa tunanunua mbolea shilingi 7,000 50 kg. Ruth akakuja akasema my subsidy paka 3,500. Tukienda kununua bado wale wakora wengine wakatuambia hiyo mbolea ni mbaya, msinunue hiyo mbolea.
Vile walisema msichukue pesa ya Hustler Fund,
walisema sirasha inapigana. So hiyo walileta tu na meli kukuja kudamp kozi ime expire. Mimi nilichukua hiyo mbolea yenye walisema ilitoka huko wametupa. Na nikalipa serikali 3,500. Nikapanda nayo mahindi. By that time kusema ukweli wale wenye walipanda mahindi by that time mahindi ilifanya yenye jawahi fanya. Ndio maana unga ilitoka from 230 ikakuja mpaka 100 shillings. Ulikuwa unaenda kwa soko unapata mpaka unga ya shilingi 100 2 kg. So kitu yenye naweza ambia serikali, kuna vitu tatu tulikuwa tunasoma tukiwa primary. Basic need.
Ngoja kidogo. Unasema ulipanda na hiyo mbolea na mkavuna vizuri sana, si ndio? Yeah, so fertilizer ilifanya kazi.
Ilifanya kazi.
Lakini mlikuwa nimesikiza mwenzetu wakisema msinunue hiyo mbolea sababu ni mbaya. Lakini ulinunua na ukapanda na ukavuna.
Yes.
Si ndio?
Yes.
So ilikuwa tu sawa.
Ilikuwa sawa.
So hizo stories za mbolea mbaya ilikuwa tu story.
Hizo ni za jaba.
Okay. Okay.
So nikiongezea naweza advise serikali. Kuna vitu 3 basic. Watu wanaumia huko nje. Unajua sometimes watu wakiwa kwa maofisi, unajua kitu yenye nimerealize na hii Kenya, kila mtu anang'ang'ania kukua ofisi ya serikali ndio waibie wananchi vizuri. Kitu yenye iko watu watoke kwa maofisi waende kwa ground. Waende wafanye kazi kwa ground. Kenya iko na shamba kubwa. Mimi nasikia uchungu nikisikia dada yangu anasema anaenda kununua kitunguu Tanzania na Kenya ndio kila kitu iko hapa. Ukijaribu kuangalia rutuba ya Kenya iko na mandhari ya yani tukipanda chakula vizuri sisi ndio tunaweza lisha Afrika mzima, Eastern Central Africa. Lakini hatuna watu wenye wako kwa agriculture mmelala. Hata inafaa tukuja hapo kwa ofisi tuwachape viboko. Mshuke kwa ofisi.
Okay.
Mtoke kwa ofisi.
Kiboko aside, wewe ukiangalia shida ni wapi?
Shida ni ile nimekwambia vizuri, vitu zenye nafasi saidie mwananchi zinaishia kwa ofisi. Kila mtu anaangalia hii ni yangu, hii ni yako. Tutafanya namna gani, tuende tulete hii, tuweke kwa mfuko. Hiyo ndio kitu yenye inaendelea kwa hizi maofisi. Lakini tukiacha hizo, kusema ukweli, President Ruth alikuwa analeta kitu kitu yenye inaitwa bottom up. Kusema ukweli ilikuwa ifanye. Lakini watapeli waliingilia. Mimi nasema hivyo. President anaenda akae chini, aangalie mvua ilianza kunyeshea Kenya wapi. Ndio restructure vizuri. Pali mtu afanyi kazi, aende nyumbani. Tupate mtu mwenye anaweza kutusaidia. Because hatuwezi enda kuchukua kitunguu Tanzania na tuko na shamba. Kwanza shamba ya serikali, my friend. Ukitembea hii Kenya, mimi nimetembea. Shamba za serikali ni mingi. Hata kando ya barabara tu rutuba bado ziko tu hapo mingi. So tujaribu tuweke biashara yetu ikuwe rahisi na pesa irudi kwa mfukoni. Alafu mwenzangu amesema acha niongelee kwa pikipiki because najua time inaenda. Pikipiki tukianza kazi ya pikipiki ilikuwa mzuri. Lakini kuna watapeli wenye walisoma. Majambazi, mimi nasema watu kama Uber, Bolt, sijui nani walitoka huko pale, wametoka sijui Estonia, wamekuja hapa Kenya. Hao ndio walituharibia biashara kitu ya kwanza. Sisi ulikuwa unakuja tuna negotiate bei na wewe. Unataka kwenda town kama uko Prestige town, customer wetu walikuwa wanajua ni 300 kuteremka town. Lakini hao majambazi vile walikuja hawataki kusikiza ground. Hao wameenda wanakuwekea kutoka Kibra mpaka town 50 bob. Na bado kwa hiyo 50 bob kuna shilingi 20 ni zao. Lakini serikali imenyamaza tu. Lakini unapata wenye wanatumia hii Uber na Bolt ni wadozi, inafaa tu wanyorose pale. Lakini unapata sasa mtu mwenye analipa vizuri ni ule masikini. Mimi napenda kubeba masikini kabisa. Kwa sababu analipanga mzuri. Kwa sababu ana Bolt, ana katululu, ukimwambia tunaenda town ni 300, hata sumbuana na wewe.
Unaweza mfinya vizuri.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Michael Kyoko. I'm a business person in a real estate agent and also a cryptocurrency trader. Now, nikijibu mwenzangu hapa, in regard to hiyo mambo ya Asla Fund, it was money which was intended to promote the young people and also everyone in this nation, but it was being given to people with no skills and with no plan. So hiyo ilikuwa tu ni pesa ya kupiga sherehe, kwa sababu ni pesa haikuwa inaelekea mahali mzuri, haikuwa inaelekezwa mahali mzuri. So kulingana na mimi, we have so many ways in which the government can invest so that the people of Kenya can embrace. For example, hizi biashara za online, kama serikali inaweza ika-invest na kutrain the Gen Zs and the millennials on applying technology, at least we can reduce the issue of joblessness in Kenya. Like for example, the issue of cryptocurrency trading. You can find that you can just work from your home and find that every day with a minimum of around 5,000 to 10,000, you can find yourself every day you are earning about 500 shillings to 1,000 shillings when you are doing cryptocurrency trading. That is a genuine business which many people in Kenya have been trading. Like for example, in Kenya, we have more than 1.3 million people who are using cryptocurrency trading. And still in Kenya, we have about 10 billion shillings whereby people in Kenya have invested in that sector. So it is a very legit business because right now technology is changing everything. In Kenya, in terms of applying technology, it is ranked number 3. And in Kenya, we are not used to being number 3. We are used to being number 1. So the government should embrace in training the people, or maybe the Gen Zs, the millennials, about the skills of applying technology so that people can just do the small businesses and also earn their living.
But the government said that there was a program, or there is currently a program, to ensure that there are digital hubs in every ward. That's what the president said. Yes, and he also said to the young people, because not everybody can do cryptocurrency. It's a bit complex. There are other businesses that all of us can't do cryptocurrency. Though that technology, I agree, would be the direction. However, there was also a promise here, ukifinya computer inatoa toa pesa. We were told that, but not everybody anaweza finya computer na itoe pesa. But the question in terms of the cost of living for you, because you're doing that cryptocurrency, because you're running away from what is affecting the rest of the other business people, kama boda boda, kwenda kwa barabara, people are now doing these jobs. My question is, because a lot of people are moving to these spaces to avoid paying a lot of the taxes, permits, and licenses. And my question is, I don't know what business you're doing before this, but this can go to everybody else. Wangapi hapa, ile kazi unafanya mabiashara, unalipa taxes, unalipa permits, uko na licenses, unalipa kanjo mali uko. If you compare 5 years ago or even 10 years ago to where we are, how is zimeongezeka, ziko pale pale, ama ziko wapi? Tutaanza tuna as a comment.
Before I ventured in this cryptocurrency business, I am a real estate agent. So in that sector, it was very harsh because when you are an agent, you must be very smart, because you must combine the buyer and the seller so that you can get your commission. So in that sector, it just become very harsh for me and maybe for the other brokers, because we are still living in Kenya. So
watu wanunua nyumba ama ni nini? Ama walipi rent, ama wataki kukodisha, ama ni shida iko wapi?
No, you are finding that it is not easy to get those clients so that you can just get your commission. So I had just to find an alternative, and I am slowly converting from being a real estate agent to being a full-time cryptocurrency trader, because I have seen that is why I was recommending the Gen Zs and the millennials, because they can easily apply the technology which we are now using. Because if at all we will have to get change in this nation, we will have to embrace technology, because technology is changing everything. So if the government can just invest more on training the youths and the millennials, and especially the people who are graduating the universities and the colleges, I think that that technology can change this nation, because the sector of the border, the other sectors are flooded. You find that like a stage in GM, we have more than 50 people, and that those 50 people, they are just rushing for about 20 people. So it means that sector is already flooded. That is why the people who are in the border sectors, you find that previously when the border sector business was starting, they were earning about 3,000, but now earning 1,000 shilling, it is very hard. So they must find an alternative, and not only the sector, the border sector, in all other sectors they are flooded. So we must embrace the change, because unless we apply the change, we will not succeed.
So, Dr. when you hear such responses being given, one would assume that these are the views through public participation that would be picked up, then used to formulate policies whenever we have now the Finance Bill 2026 that would come, because the process is about to start. So as we hear this, one would ask the question, when you see these finance bills or government policies coming into place, do they in any way have this in them?
Mimi naweza sema, I think there is a problem because most of our policies are actually driven by personal interest. And that is the biggest challenge that we have. And because of that, nobody cares about what we are talking about here. I'll actually tell you, this government had one of the best economic models called the bottom-up economic model. And it is one of the simplest models that they could have actually been able to implement to help these people. Because what does bottom-up mean? It means you go back to the ward. Everybody here comes from a ward. There are resources in the ward. You start there by utilizing the resources in your ward. I come from a tea growing area myself. I come from Mutithi ward in Kirinyaga County. That ward has one factory, a single factory, tea factory. Every year, that factory brings a revenue of 1 billion shillings in that ward. 1 billion in that ward is circulating in that ward. Lamu County is given 3.4 billion by the government as devolved money. So, what does that tell you? It tells you a very simple thing. Go back to the ward, which was the bottom up. Ask yourself, what are the resources that are in the wards of these people? Kama ni kituguu, hawa watu tutawasaidia aje waanze kulima kituguu mzuri, na ni nini nyingine wanataka ili kituguu it employs these people in the ward. That is why I actually feel it when I see people saying that the devolved function is not working. It is not working because we have not made the wards the production centers in this country.
Okay.
And that is the only way we can help this country.
But if we know that economies essentially are not built by government,
yes,
that's one thing that we sometimes seem to imagine, that there will be economic development because there's a government is doing it, is a fallacy.
Yes.
What government's job is to create the environment robust enough for this to take place.
Yes.
And these are the things that we're talking about.
Yes.
Because the builders of the economy are you and me.
Yes, yes.
The builders of the economy are entrepreneurs. Look at the biggest economies in the world today. And that is, if you look at the Americas of the time, the big companies that we talk about, the Nike, the Google, the whomever, they were started by individuals. This is not government operations. These are individual companies that started to thrive in such a manner that the economy now was pegged in one way or another to their success or failure. That when you see a big company start to drop in its shares, the economy takes a hit, right? But essentially, these economies are built by budding. That's why the SME culture looks like it has an issue. But we seem to forget that when we say people are making crisps, look at some of the biggest crisps organizations or companies in the world. They're started by individuals, but they grow so big that they are a buffer for the economy. But what needs to happen in order for these businesses to become such a solid fitting part of this economic puzzle is the question. What needs to happen? Because we can hear all of these gaps, and we're going to come back to some more folks here, that there's a problem with credit. One, we already know that credit is one of the biggest hurdles towards economic development for businesses. One, there are problems with access to proper goods. Because of what? People are buying products from other countries because, and Mary has said it, I had an experience where I went to buy onions from another part, and this is what I heard. So do we go to the root of the problem? Literally, what's happening with the soils? Agriculture Ministry has told us that there's a problem with soils in Kenya, and it's not the same. So the input will be more expensive because you have to use more. You see, all of these things. So what needs to happen in the interim here for us to realize on the other side that we can start to have a budding economy? Because it is not government's job to build the economy. It's not, they can't. There's too small an entity to build an entire economy, but they can create the environment where this should happen.
I think the problem is that environment, because I'll take an example of the credit. We've talked about credit. Where do we get credit? We get credit from the banks. Why are these banks not willing to give us money? Because the government is borrowing from the domestic market. And I said, there is no way. Actually, we always talk about Kibaki. What did Kibaki do in 2002? A very simple concept. He made sure that the money that the government was borrowing from the domestic market was very low. And therefore, what happened? Banks zilianza kukuja kwenu kwa manyumba zikikuuliza unataka pesa, because he did not have anybody else to give money. So when the government borrows in trillions from the domestic market. There is no way these people can be given money, because hata mimi, I was a banker. Mimi mwenyewe hamwezi niambia niko kwa biashara ya kuuza pesa, niende nipatie huyu mtu pesa yangu mwenye haezi rudisha na serikali iko hapa, pesa ya serikali iko na provision mpaka ya inflation. Wewe utapeleka pesa yako wapi Dennis? Utapeleka kwa serikali, utaachana na hao watu. So we need to actually look at some of those issues that you are talking about, whether they are working the way they are supposed to be working. Umeongea kuhusu soil. Who is supposed to help us to test our soil? It is the agriculture extension officers. Where are they? Are they available? And if they are available, are they in a situation to help us to do that? Do they have the tools and all these other things that can be able to help us to do that? Now, if those things are not working from the word go, there is no way we can actually be able to help our economy. So the government must first of all make sure that the environment is fully conducive. Kwa sababu kama sahi hata kuna mtu ameongea hapa kuhusu Shylock. It is happening at the micro and macro level. Ukiangalia hii gazeti, 3/4 of the pages are Shylock, auctioneers. Na hawa auctioneers, ni kwa nini hawa watu wana-auctioniwa most of them, especially at the macro level? It is because the government is not paying pending bills mostly. And therefore, hawa watu hawezi lipa madeni zao. So you go back and you realize that for us to be able to make that enabling environment, or to do whatever we are talking about, the environment must be so good such that we people can be able to thrive in businesses.
You see, most of the time when we're doing businesses, right? So you find, you said Mary. Yeah. So Mary would import onions from Tanzania, right? But from Tanzania now she has to go through Kajiado County, come to Machakos County, come to Nairobi County, and all those counties she has to pay cess. So there is the question of taxation. So let's then just have a discussion on how taxation is affecting our businesses, and if at all we are able to operate.
Kila ambacho kwanza nimeona katika biashara, the way I started that business, niliona taxation iko juu sana, because I need to, the house ambayo ni hiyo kioski nilikuwa nimechukua pale hapa hill, I was paying 15,000. Natakana niende kwa Kanjo Kibra niilipie, nirudi nione vile vitu zitakuwa zinakuja. Kuna vitu zingine natumia motorbike. So kila ambacho niliona, nilifika mahali mimi nikafunga Kanjo, nikimuona nafunga mlango. I was waiting to pay the tax. Kwa sababu gani? Nikaona sasa nikilipa Kanjo, mimi mwenyewe ndio ninaanza hii loan, nimechukua, ninaanza biashara na loan, and that is the way. Hiyo ndio hatari kubwa sana wakati unaanza biashara na loan, sababu hapo unakula, unasafiria hapo, watoto wako wanakula hapo. So unapata kwamba iko haina miguu, haina mizizi. So serikali kama ingeangalia watu kama wenye wako chini wanaanza, kuna vitu zingine ingewapatia grace period. Sema tuna assess hii biashara yako vile umeanza, tunakupatia 2 years. Hii kiwango kama hujaelevate kutoka hapa, sasa tutaanza kukumonitor ulipe. Lakini sasa the minute unafungua mlango wako na wewe. So mimi nilianza kuuzia vitu nyuma. Somebody will come, mwambie nachukulia maziwa nyuma, sasa inakuwa wizi. Unaona? Ama ninaanza sasa kutafuta vitu ambazo ziko cheap, ninaendea mahali ambapo maybe vitu ziko almost ku expire, so that at least nipate kitu. So kuna watu wako wanaumia kwa sababu gani? Hizi vitu ambazo tumefinyiliwa, watu wa chini kama sisi tungeangaliwa, tukipewa hiyo grace period, we can do it better. Tutafanya at least upumue, because hauna ground yoyote ambayo tumepewa. Kama vile tuseme kampuni zenye ziko kubwa kama Safaricom wanasema tunataka kuanzishia pia wafanye biashara wadogo, tunawapatia hii, kama vile huwa wanafanya kwa mashule ama kufanya kwa kitu kingine. Lakini sasa unajipata kwamba we mwenyewe lazima hustle. Aya, hii pesa kama ya hustle yenye tulipewa, that day mimi nilipata 600, I got 600 shillings, and immediately nilipata nikiwa town. Nilianza na transport na hiyo pesa. Ulilipa? Nikafika kwangu ni dono. Sasa nikaingia kwa supermarket hapo kwanza, nikanunua vitu, iliisha the very day.
Vitu ya nyumba.
Na hii ni pesa ambayo wameniambia nianze kuuza mayai ama nini.
So hata hiyo mianza.
Sasa hata sijalipa.
Si vitu ni kitu. Unanunua kitu si vitu.
Okay, let's
So thank you so much. So what I will say at the end of it all this goes back to good leadership. The thing is this: we as the Kenyans, we are the ones who are fueling what is happening in our country currently. For example, we as Kenyans, how do we entertain the culture of corruption that for you to vote for a leader has to bribe you? Now, the moment they come into power, they will want to get back that same money that they used while they were campaigning. Manake nimeona washaanza kutuambia voter registration ishafunguka. Saizi as we speak, it has already opened. I've seen IEBC, they have started advertising. But now, the culture in Kenyans is that for them to vote, they have to be bribed. Now, that is where the problem is coming from. We as Kenyans need to have a culture, an inward culture of voting for leaders that are coming in with ideas. Let us listen to the ideology of the people that are coming on board, so that as we give them the power, they will not betray our trust once they get to that space. We have spoken about agriculture. Tumongelelea sana agriculture. But now, this agriculture, no matter how we as the local farmers, no matter how we try to have our own produce in Kenya, does the government buy from us? If you were to go to, is it called the what board? Cereals and what? NCB? D board. Yes. If you are to go there, you need to know somebody for you to be able to sell. And you need, for you to be able to have good money, I think you need to know somebody, and you need to be a large-scale farmer. So that political goodwill, that governance goodwill from our leaders, it really is not there. Another thing, are we able to help our youths to acquire skills? Because we are talking about everything. I've heard him even speaking about cryptocurrency and all this. But are we able to help our youths to acquire skills? Me as an individual at this space, individually, I have gone out to schools just to look for youth's space so that they can be able to acquire some skills that can help them in terms of driving the economy. I have gone to colleges, different colleges, and I've spoken with them, and they have given me, as we speak tomorrow, here at St. George's, I will be having tomorrow an event at 4 p.m. whereby we will be issuing scholarship to youths who went to school, they finished Form 4, but they were only able to get something like a D. Now, these youths that got D, how is the culture treating them? There is this, I can say that most of them, they are having suicidal thoughts because they feel they are failures. You see? So whatever we are talking about, it's so deep that it is not only about how much we know how to speak in English, how much we understand what and what we've gone to school. The reality on the table is that what is happening in our country cuts across a lot. It goes deep down into our roots, that these, our youths, they are not able to get jobs. Now, one got a D, another one got maybe a D+, and we have all these TVET institutions. I don't refuse, but are we able to help them acquire jobs? How will they acquire jobs if the government is not producing jobs? And for the government to produce jobs, there must be the goodwill of coming up with manufacturing companies, and we must stop the culture of importing goods. Yeah, let us embrace exporting. That is one of the ways that will help us, that even if we import, these are products that we completely don't have. For example, we don't have a lot of oil, but I know that it is there. It's just that I know that there are other countries that come in and they siphon our oil and things like that. Yes, I know. But now, if we can avoid that culture of making other countries happy, you find that our president is going to make Museveni happy, going to make Mama Suluhu, Salah, Nini happy, while we as Kenyans, there is no that embrace. There is no, they they don't have the mentality of helping a common mwananchi to rise to a certain standard. For them, it is good for you to be rich, drive your own car, and leave other people down. No, allow me to speak, my brother, because I know I won't speak again. Another thing, allow me, maybe I am your incoming woman. Zoya, because you will be calling me. How can our schools, surely, today as I was walking, as I was coming here, I saw schools, I don't want to mention them, but I saw our high school students, they were being chased back home. They are being chased back home. Once this youth goes home and is being chased out home because of 1,000 shillings, and yet there is capitation for their education. Now, these are public schools. These are not private. In fact, even private school, you can even try to talk to the secretary of the bazaar. They can allow you. But a government school, they tell you go home. You are going home. There is nothing like you're trying to negotiate. I saw youths line up close to 100. I don't want to mention those schools, but they are in Ruaraka constituency. But I don't want to mention them. The kids were going back home. Why are these children going back home? Yet there is capitation for education. The thing is deeper than even what we are talking about here. So that child, when they go home, they will meet some others who will tell them, let us sit down, let us look at what is happening, and then now they begin to take drugs, and then the next thing we see mob justice on these young people, because we don't have that intention of helping them grow and come out of their poverty scale.
So shouldn't the issue be to look at what is the origin of the problem as opposed to trying to deal with the end result? Because we're dealing with an end result now when you talk about mental health issues and you talk about not being able to go into school and such. But the original problem is this conducive environment which we have talked about that has not been set.
Political goodwill. People are coming in, but they don't have the interest of Kenyans at heart. But if you have that interest, number one, like what he's talking about, fake borders that are coming in. Are we not able to manufacture our own? Kenya is 60 years old. By now we have the capacity to build our own products. I went to Nigeria, I saw some young men, they are building their motorcycles, they are building their tuk-tuk, they are building their cars, but yet, okay, it's almost the same. But we can see that the youths are being pushed, you see, to go and create their own. But now here in Kenya, our own youths, when they try to make something small, we laugh at them instead of embracing them and supporting whatever.
Is that the case? Let's say, gentlemen, sorry, please remind me your name. Is that the case? Because you said that, bringing in borders is now about, what was it, 20,000 shillings more expensive.
Yeah, it's more.
Are there options for people for Kenyan manufacturing, for example?
Yeah, we talked it last time, and we said that as Kenyans, because when the price was hiking, we sat down with relevant authorities and we told them, it is good for us, because of the age that we are having now, we manufacture our own. Something like this tire, hizi mipira, hizi plastic, the guards, and unapata all these things that are being imported. And we have even kuna hii kampuni ya plastic iko hapa. Kwani hawezi design tu hii mikebe hii cover tu za pikipiki kando, you must import them. Hence the bike right now, the original price right now, it's almost 195. Yes, just 200 shillings from 87,000. It has gone. Na tunaweza tengeneza zetu. It's only that we don't been given opportunity. When I'm saying this, kuna kijana alijaribu kuinvent ndege. Akaenda kutest kwa uwanja mahali, akapanda nayo juu, akateremka chini. Huyo kijana alishikwa, ati anakuwa commit suicide. How? Somebody balaya government nayo ikuje ione hiyo idea, wajaribu kumsupport, wanaenda kumfunga, ana commit suicide. Mwingine akiwa na hiyo idea anaweza fanya kweli. So whatever that we are facing in Kenya right now, nasema tu Kenya ni kama tu plantation. This is not even a country. This is just a plantation.
Mimi kama swali.
We should have somebody, we should have now leaders where they have Kenyans at heart. Lakini kama tutaendelea namna hii, soon Kenya will be a wholesale and everybody will just be shopping whatever things he wants. But kama tutasimama in the right way, we say now, huyu amekuja na hii idea, let's embrace. Tunakuja embrace. Lakini sasa wewe mtu anakuja na idea, unampiga. Kwa mfano kama nisema, you cannot come to my house, you cause problem, and then unakuja unaniambia you have a solution. You cannot come and cause problem. Unaona mwingine last year, the former regime, walipandisha bei ya mafuta. Only to realize somebody was initiating his own petrol station. And it came hiyo ndio ilikuwa inauza bei ya chini. Wakati Rubis ilikuja, Si mafuta petrol zingine zilikuwa zinauza expensive. Unapata somebody is driving all the way mpaka atafute tu petroli ya rubies. Kwa sababu gani? Hiyo bei yake iko chini. What was the implication? It is somebody's business. So must you kill somebody for you to be elevated? And this is what is happening in Kenya. Let's not kill others for others to be elevated. This is what we are under, and we are being controlled by one law, that is constitution. Tukasema vile my brother amesema hiyo, kuna watu wanakuja hapa Kenya, wanakuja wanaingishwa kwa boardroom. The beneficiaries are not being engaged. Huyu mzana anatoa vitunguu Tanzania. Kwani hatuna watu tunaweza kaa nao tu chini to reason out. Tuseme ya kwamba now Kenya tuko na mashamba ya kulima. Nilitembea siku nyingine hapa Naivasha. I was driving almost, I don't know, it was 20 kilometers ama 10 kilometers. Nasikia hiyo shamba ni ya mtu mmoja. Ati haijapandwa kitu. Imemea tu ndani magazeli tu na mazebra ndio zinalala tu hapo shule. And we are tunahangaika. We should not be hangaikaring when we have an opportunity to salvage and to grow, to make development in our economy. So lazima to make sure ya kwamba when we are doing, soon we will be going for the election. President Ruto has a very good plan, lakini shida ananga execution. Hana watu wa kumsaidia kuimplement. Juzi huyu kijana anaitwa Mraro Kebaso ametembea ati hii uwanja ililonjiwa wakapeana hapa 500 million. Ilienda wapi? Hata contractor hajulikani. Hajulikani. Juzi amekuja Soweto kulonji ka barabara kingine, ni barabara ilikuwa ameweka tu lami juu. Amekuja whole president anakuja kulonji kitu ya MCA. Hata si MCA mzee nyumba 10. Sisi tulikuwa tumeungana hata tumetengeneza. He is coming to launch that thing. Our president of the Republic of Kenya. Mimi hata niliaibika si kuenda hapo because it's very shameful.
Nikuulize swali.
Yes, ask me.
Pale mwanzo ukisema uko na pikipiki mbili.
Yes.
Na ukasema zile zimekuja ni haziwezi beba kilo yako ni 80.
Very true.
Na uwezi hata beba passenger. Kuna pikipiki zilipeana State House. Wewe ulienda State House?
Mimi mwenyewe nilikuwa State House. And as my sisters just say, saa hii ni kujuana. Kama una godfather pale mbele, baba hata uende ukae hapo.
Uliendaje State House?
Hata kamera ikumulike tu. Yes, our group was invited and we went there. Yes.
Kulikuwa pikipiki mingi tuliona pale.
Pikipiki zilikuwa pale, lakini ukumbuke si zote zilipeana baba. Na saa hii nasikia watu wanapigiwa simu aturudishe wafanye transfer ya logbook. Ukirudisha inabaki huko.
Ngoja, so ulienda upewe pikipiki.
Yes, nilikuwa na hiyo intention.
So mliambiwaje ni nani na nani walipewa na nani walitoka na pikipiki? What was the conversation? Mliambiwa nini?
Sasa shida ilikuwa pale, walisema kila mtu unaambiwa wenye wao viongozi wetu wanaongeanga. We have enough borders, everyone will be given. Tukakuwa settled and we had peace. Sasa eventually hatukujua pale State House inalindwa na wanajeshi. Hatukujua inalindwa na reke. Hatukujua inalindwa na NIS. Sasa wakati unaambiwa hivyo, unaambiwa sasa nyinyi endeni msimame pale mngojee pale. Tunaletewa pikipiki zenu. Ukitoka tu ukikanyaga pale, no reverse. No reverse. Wewe umeenda.
So ulifika hapo kaambiwa hakuna kurudi, hakuna pikipiki.
Hakuna kurudi, walisema wewe enda utapatanga huko mbele. Sasa mpaka saa hii I'm still crying nipate pikipiki. Sijawahi pata.
Huko mbele ilikuwa wapi? Wakisema utakuja kuchukua pikipiki?
Hakuna. Na ule mwingine kijana mwingine nimekuwa naye juzi, alipewa ndio akakuja nayo. Amepigiwa simu juzi ati aenda afanywe transfer ya logbook.
Arudishe pikipiki?
Aenda afanywe transfer ya logbook. Akaambiwa transfer inachukua 2 days. After kwenda 2 days wanamwambia hakuna, ofisi ilifungwa. So hatujui ilikodeshwa hiyo siku aenda. I don't know. I may not explain more than
I have an extension of that question, maybe to either from him and to the rest. When you talk about the economy, ni rahisi sana kufikiria zile vitu kubwa kubwa. We just start with the house economy. Budget yenu kwa nyumba, and I'm thinking most of you mko na watoto na unaenda shule. Tukianza na swali ya kwanza, very basic. Are you having 3 meals in a day? Unaweza ku afford kunywa chai, lunch na ukule supper. Na watoto mnapa hata mjakunywa chai.
Tuanze. Hiyo swali ni mzuri. Kusema kweli Kenya saa hii huwezi kula meal 3. Huwezi.
So asubuhi hujakunywa kitu wewe.
Kitu ya kwanza kama umemiss kabisa ile breakfast, unavumilia saa zingine ka lunch utafute kitu ya 50 ama ukatie mandazi pale kwa kibanda wakuwekee kale kasupu juu hivyo
kasupu kama haragwe kale.
So economy kusema ukweli ni mbaya. Alafu nimesikia ndugu yangu amelia mambo ya State House, hata mimi nacheka tu hapa. Ile kitu president niliwaambia kona good idea, lakini watu wenye wana implement ni watu wengine wabaya sana, because waliweka empowerment kwa MPs. So unapata MP lazima atachukua guns wake wenye wanampigiaga makofi ndiye atapeleka huko. Unapata hata mtu mwenye aendeshi bodaboda amepewa bodaboda. Unapata mama kama huyu ajua hata clutch iko wapi, lakini yako na pikipiki. Ukienda hapa Dagoretti, because mimi niliwaambia natembea na mimi ndio super chairman, hakuna mwingine, ni mimi tu. Hapa Dagoretti South kuna kikundi ya bodaboda ilikuja kuripoti kwangu, mpaka nikasema ningekuwa lawyer ningeenda mahakamani. Walikuja wakaniambia, chairman, tunataka usaidizi yako. Mpaka saa hii sijawapea jibu. Wakaniambia tulienda State House. Kwanza tuliitishwa certificate na MCA na majina na kila kitu na bank statement tukampatia. Wakatuambia tutaenda State House. Yes, jina liweka, tukaenda State House. Kufika State House chenye tuliona, tulitoka huko na machozi. Majina ya certificate yetu ndio watu wenye ameweka, MCA ameweka pale, ameweka wanawake ndiye alipea mapikipiki. Sisi wenye bodaboda hiyo kikundi yetu hatukupata kitu hata moja. Wewe unadhani huyo mwana bodaboda pale yako anasikia namna gani? Hiyo ndio kesi zenye ziko huko nje. Ndugu yangu anasema kuna mwenye anaambiwa apeleke. So sometimes president ukitaka kufanya kitu, wacha kutumia hawa ma MCA na ma MP. Enda kwa ground wewe mwenyewe, kuwa kama Makufuli. Enda uliza ni nini yenye inaendelea kwa ground, because hawa watu ni conman. Wanachukua hizo vitu, wanapea mabibi zao, unasikia wanang'ang'ania hizo vitu. Unapata kwanza niko sure vitu zenye zilikuwa za, because pale kuna vitu zilikuwa paka za mamilioni. Wewe unataka kusema MCA aone kitu yenye ina worth 2 million anataka kukupatia how? Sitapea watu wenye wanampigia makofi akijua ako kwa hiyo kikundi ama ataenda kuiiba. So tujaribu tuangalie kama ni kupeana, tupee kwa watu diligent. Because unapata hata groups zenye zilienda huko zingine ni vitu zenye ziliformiwa usiku. Because kitu ilishatoka hivyo. Na tunajua tena ingine inakuja itafanywa tu hivyo. So tunakashifu hiyo kitendo, waache kuharibia president jina. President ni mtu muungwana, na tunajua akikuwa na watu wenye wanaweza kumsaidia kama mimi super chairman ataenda mbele sana.
All right, I think we also just listen to her in terms of, are you able to maintain your quality of life having 3 meals a day, the basic things?
Hiyo inabidi saa zingine niseme hata watoto saa zingine tunasaidiwa juu ya chakula ingine inapeanwa hapo. Na hiyo tap to eat, sijui kama mmeisikia. Tap to eat. Sasa watoto wetu hatujafanikiwa kuwapeleka hizi ma private, so wako public. So hapo kwetu kama si hiyo maybe tungekuwa tunaumia. So mimi nikikuja hapa na sijakunywa chai. Okay, si sana ati jua ni vile nimekuja, but wacha niseme kuna time inafika unaona wacha nikule hapa saa 10. Ndio at least hata ukipata kitu kingine ni maisha imeendelea. So inakuwa gumu kabisa. Kwa hiyo hali mambo ni magumu. Lakini kuna hata kama kuna hivyo, kuna kitu kingine nilikuwa nauliza about hii taxation. Kuna vile inaweza implementiwa, yani tuseme sasa mimi nimelipia kitunguu, kuna time nyingine tunaendeanga side ya Swam Uganda. Tukilipia kitunguu Swam kitambo ifike hapa, unapata ile pesa umetumia kwa barabara ni mingi sana. Juu kila mahali kuna mahali unafika unaambiwa ile umelipa kidogo inafaa ikuwe juu. Hiyo net nikifikisha hapo kwa soko, immediately nimefikisha kwa soko. Nimelipa tax, nimelipia cess, lakini kufika tu hapo napatana na kajua ananiambia nilipe 40 bob kwa kila bag. So inabidi mnegotiate mpaka mkosane. Kwa nini hii tax inakuwa mingi sana? Huko ndio pesa yetu pia inapotelea sana. So tunaweza penda sana tuangaliliwe hapo. Leo asubuhi nikikuja Jumini, mtu wa soko ni wa soko tu.
Na Mary, ukihesabu hiyo tax inaingia kwa hiyo 60 bob, sasa unauza kitunguu nayo. Sasa ama inaingia kwa hiyo 100.
Kuna ile imeingia, lakini bado tukifika huku tunafikiwa tu. Loli tu isimame ama hiyo gari tu kidogo isimame hapo. Wanaona tu ni pesa. So tunaumia.
Yani ni kutoka Uganda, gari kikuja unaenda ukilipa. Nani hao unalipa?
Nikifika pale naambiwa hiyo ulikuwa account nyingine. Hii ni account nyingine. So hata kama sijaandikiwa inabidi sasa niingie kwa mfuko ndio nikubaliwe kupita. Nikifika tena mahali napeleka kwa soko ile ikiangaliwa hii ilikuwa ya Swam. Huko ni mbali sana. So hapa ndio hii soko. Mpaka kuna siku nilimuuliza nikauliza mmoja wao nikamuuliza, "Kwani mnatulipisha mpaka barabara kupitia? Juu kama unasema kupita Roi kwenda hivi lazima nilipe." Kwani tunalipishwa mpaka kupitia tunalipishwa. So ni tax. Kwani hii tax tunafaa kulipa mara ngapi? So tunaumia sana ikifika ni taxation. Kama venye nilikuwa nakuelezea, nikikuja mimi mtu wa soko ni wa soko tu, lazima nipite hivi. Napata mtu wamehandana wakiwa wawili hapo Kajo na mzee mwingine. Yeye alitumana mwenye kununua nyanya, alinunua nyanya na akalipia tax. Says loli yake mzima. Huyu mzee ameagushiwa tu crate moja ya nyanya. Sasa anahando hapo. Lazima ulipie hii crate hapa ya nyanya. Alafu anaenda kumoa kwa kibada. Hapo kwa kibada bado kuna ile 50 bob inapitangwa kila wiki. Kila wiki kuna ile 50 bob unalipa. Sasa hata nimemuuliza mzee, hata nyinyi mnakula sana, ndio maana hata amnoni. Unajua ni kwa nini? Na si kwa ubaya. Si kwa ubaya. Ni kwa nini? Hii imelipiwa ses. Haya, umekuja umemlipisha hapa na unaona anamwaga pale na kesho unaendea 50 bob. Kwani huyu anakula faida ya pesa ngapi? So tunaumia. Hii tax inatumika vibaya. Hata wenye waangalie sana, tunaumizwa na sijui nitasema aje. Tunaumia kabisa. Tunaumia. Hata hatuwezi endelea. Wenye wako na pesa ndio watapata. Juzi nilikuwa naona ni kuzuri nichukue karoli ya loan. At least nikuwe nalipa. Saa hii sijui hata katakujua lini. Juu pesa yangu yote yenye naweza save inaingia tu mahali kuingia. Hatuwezi, sisi tuko chini kuamuka. Ni Mungu tu atatusaidia.
So we've heard about a taxation that is a problem. We've also heard about individuals being unable to afford the basic necessities. Ndo, I take it back to you.
Well, so Prof, this is what we're looking at, Dr. that it's the situation whereby it's tough and not wanting to glorify any situation, but it's the fact that you're not going to make up when you're hungry for any kind of, attention, because what good does it do, right? So what are we looking at? He said we're going to fix the economy, and he said we fixed it by, working on the numbers. But this is the situation on the ground. Can't take a loan, can't buy food, can't do 1, 2, 3. As you wrap up this conversation, what would the outlook then look? We looked at what it is. What can it look like?
I think for me, I would first of all say that we need to actually tell the government that anytime the economy is not doing well, the people who are affected most are the common mwananchi. And I'll tell you why they are affected most. Because they have no other way of making money. Majority of the middle class, na hawa watu wako juu, they have the money market, they have the fixed deposit account, they can actually lend the money to the government and all that, and therefore they are able to actually cushion themselves kidogo. Kwa sababu kama sasa ukiweka pesa kwa money market unapata 20,000 zako 30,000. Huyu mtu wa kawaida yeye hana any other option, and that is why we are saying that we must make the economy work. And how are we going to make the economy work? Hawa watu lazima wakuwe na pesa kwa mkono yao. Consumption, we must make these people consume, because it is only when these people consume that we increase the demand of goods and services, na tunaamusha industries inaamushwa na nyinyi kwa watu kukula. One of the reasons as to why some of the companies leave, like I'll give you an example, some companies have left to Egypt. Why? Because they calculate the consumption rate of Kenyans to about 500 shillings. Wanaangalia ile kitu wana produce, wanaona ni chocolate. Wanasema chocolate, before huyu mtu ako na consumption ya 500 per day akule chocolate, afadhali tupeleke Egypt tubakisha kampuni kadogo hapa, wale watu walikuwa wameemployiwa wanae consumption. People must have money in their pocket, and that will open up the economy and grow the economy.
People need to have money in the pocket. And this has been the conversation around Spice Baraza today. Necessary for us to talk about these things, because that's the situation. Two things happen when we have a conversation. We keep talking, or something is done. So thank you all of you for being here this morning. And of course, we will, to keep the conversation live, necessary for us to continue talking. And of course, we want to say a thank you for helping us to move the conversation along this morning, Dr. David Kabata, who is an economist. Asante sana for being here on the Situation Room this morning. And if you haven't registered for the World Study Abroad Fair, you need to do that. Get on to the website www.cradel.com and find out how you can make your dreams a reality when it comes to university education. Go to the website and also make a call on 0799 000 and find out how all the destinations are coming together on the 8th, 10th and 13th of September in Nairobi, Eldoret and Mombasa. And you can do that and find out all the information that you need. Also, not to forget, wealth.ke@sc.com. This is your time to be concerned about your wealth and how you're going to manage it and make sure that the future becomes something that your current also gets to. It's not just about what you earn or invest, it's about what you pass on. And for many, it's about the legacy that you leave behind. So get into those conversations today. It's wealth.ke@sc.com. That's been the Situation Room this morning. Thank you again for being here, each and every one of you. Conversations continue at 1 minute past 10. Good morning.
Thank you.
SpiceFM.
Good morning. This is the news via Amla Ubaga. Nairobi County Assembly members are expected back at State House to seal the deal that led to the dropping of the impeachment bid against Governor Johnson Sakaja. The MCAs and county executive led by Sakaja are scheduled to meet President William Ruto in line with what they agreed yesterday. In the meeting, MCAs are expected to formally table their demands and conditions to be met by the Sakaja-led executive and the timelines for implementation. MCAs from both the majority and minority sides will hold a joint meeting for the first time following separate meetings on Tuesday that led to the shelving of the plan. Among the demands is clearance of all the outstanding cash owed to the ward fund projects, allocation of bursary funds, payment of pending bills owed to contractors, and completion of any stalled projects including roads and markers. This event comes as they had agreed to give Sakaja exactly 60 days to complete all these demands before they decide whether they'll impeach him again or not. A man has been arrested in Homa Bay of allegations of cattle theft. The suspect is accused of stealing livestock from various areas and distributing them among villagers to avoid suspicion and gain protection. The arrest was made during a joint search operation by local residents and the area chief. The suspect is being held at Magunga police station, where the recovered cattle have also been taken. Suba South Sub-County Police Commander Caxton Dunda confirmed the arrest.
From there wakashika ingine kwa mboma ingine, wakashika ingine kwa mboma ingine. Jana ameshika ingine, lakini hiyo operation chief tumemwambia asimamishe because yeye akiwa na wale community policy wale nini nyumba 10 wanaenda wanachota ng'ombe tu kwa mboma, na zile lazima ziwe ni service. Sasa tunataka kuseto hiyo mata leo, watu wakuje wale usawa zikichotwa na zina complain waende na ng'ombe zao, lakini tupage na zile ziko na complain tumeshika hapa ndani anaapia kwa tutataka kuverify alafu apia kotini leo.
And still in counties, Trans Nzoia woman representative Lillian Sioi has urged the EACC and DCI to intensify efforts to dismantle alleged corruption at SHA. Speaking at an empowerment event for fish traders and mechanics in Kitale, Sioi expressed concern over the suffering of patients due to shortages of medicine and essential equipment, blaming the crisis on a few corrupt individuals.
Kuna utapeli ambayo imekuwa ikifanyika kwa NHIF na hata sasa imeingia inafanyika kwa SHA. Na sisi tunataka kukashifu kwa sababu ikiwa tutaruhusu watu waendelee kuiba mali ya umma ambaye serikali imechangia ili sisi tuweze kutibiwa, mambo haitaenda vizuri. Hospitali hazitakuwa na madawa. Na hiyo SHA pia itaanza kuanguka kama vile NHIF ilikuwa na madeni ambayo ilikuwa ilikuwa imeshinda serikali kulipa. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka kusema na unga mkono rais pamoja na waziri wake. Watu wale ambao wanataka kuiba, kuharibu SHA wachukuliwe hatua.
She also called on governors to take firm action to ensure all health facilities are adequately stocked and equipped.
Governors wa every county waweke madawa kwa hospitali, kwa sababu SHA haiwezi fanya kwa hospitali ambayo haina dawa. Kwa hivyo wa equip hospitali, waweke dawa, waweke madaktari wa kutosha.